Good morning, everyone. My name is Paul Soto Kelly. I'm the interim vice chairperson of the NIPSA Health and Safety Committee, and I'll be chairing today's conference. So, welcome to the 14th Annual Health and Safety Conference, which is taking place during European Week of Safety and Health at Work. We have an exciting programme to help us deliver it. I'm pleased to have with us today an esteemed panel of speakers who bring with them a wealth of knowledge. We have Maria Morgan, NIPSA Deputy General Secretary. We have Rory O'Neill, International Trade Union Confederation. We have Jerry Murphy, ICTU Assistant General Secretary. We have Paul McFlynn from Nevin Economic Research Institute. Siobhan Harding from Women's Support Network. Angela Phillips, Carers NI. Mary McManus, Advice NI. Selena Casey, HSCNI, and we have Janet Newsham from Manchester Hazards, Simon Carmichael, formerly of the Communication Workers Union, Tanya Waterworth of MTV Solicitors, and finally, we'll have Tanya Killen, NIPSA President. So, since the last Health and Safety Conference, the Health and Safety Committee has been working to support reps in several ways. Obviously, we've been dealing with COVID-19 and we've been advising reps and members to continue putting pressure on employers to ensure risk assessments are properly conducted and incorporate risks from respiratory viruses. We've been raising awareness of developing case law in long COVID, and we've been highlighting the need for employers to complete, review, and share with branch reps and all employees risk assessments. We've been highlighting the need for proper systems for adequate ventilation of workplaces and ensuring that those are put in place. In line with Resolution 51 at General Conference this year, the committee shall be working or continue to work with General Council and HSCNI to support our members by campaigning for all public sector employers to fulfill their statutory duty to undertake suitable and sufficient psychological well-being at work, workplace risk assessments at organisational level, so that they take appropriate action to reduce workplace risks to mental well-being. You can see today that the second panel debate is on the crisis in mental health and work-related stress. The debate has been chosen to support NIPSA Resolution 51 at this year's General Conference. The committee is also currently working on production of guidance for reps on management of health and safety, mental well-being at work. The committee continues to work in collaboration with NIC-ICTU, Health and Safety Committee, and education trade union groups to highlight the need to manage asbestos in schools and all public buildings. Reps are continuing to put pressure on employers to install defibrillators and provide appropriate training. And we're looking at unsafe staffing levels, and we're encouraging branch reps to monitor local staffing levels and to challenge understaffing. One of our speakers today will be specifically talking about unsafe staffing levels. So we have two panel debates today. We've chosen the debates at conference today to reflect ongoing priorities within NIPSA. The first panel debate today examines the impact of the economic crisis on people and work. The debate will highlight the impact of wage stagnation and the cost of living crisis on members, with particular emphasis on the impact on women and working carers. The second panel in the afternoon will highlight the crisis in mental health and work-related stress. The debate has been chosen to support NIPSA Resolution 51 at this year's General Conference. So this resolution is for NIPSA to work with HSCNI and our safety reps to impress upon public sector employers the employer's duty to assess and manage risks to mental well-being in the workplace and to undertake suitable and sufficient psychological well-being at work, workplace risk assessments at organisational level. These risk assessments will identify sources of workplace stress and mental unwellness, and they will require employers to identify, implement, and review control measures to manage stress in the workplace. So I extend a thanks to all our health and safety reps who've gone the extra mile in the past year in ensuring our members are kept safe and well. You all play a vital role in protecting our members at work, and we encourage all branches to ensure that there are accredited safety reps in your workplaces. NIPSA and ICTU continue to ensure that our reps have access to a range of training courses throughout the year, and we encourage all our safety reps to avail of this training. So at this point, we will examine, or we will call for the appointment of a scrutineer and election of Health and Safety Committee. In accordance with Conference Resolution number 51, adopted at the 2011 NIPSA conference, we will be conducting an election for the Health and Safety Committee at this conference. I'm therefore seeking conference's endorsement of the appointment of Catherine Arkinson to act as scrutineer for the conduct of the election. I would now like to call on Catherine Arkinson to outline the process for the election.
Good morning, everyone. You will all received a link for the election for the Health and Safety Committee seats. You are entitled to 6 votes in the election. You must enter yes or no for each candidate. You select yes in the box opposite the names of the candidates for whom you wish to cast your vote. So that's yes for those candidates you wish to vote for, and no in the box opposite the names of the candidates that you do not wish to vote for. Please ensure that your ballot is submitted by clicking on the Verify Your Selection box at the bottom of the screen, and then click Submit Ballot on the next page. If more than 6 votes are cast, or if the ballot is not submitted, the ballot will be invalidated. The election will be held between 10:30 a.m. and 12:30 p.m. So please keep an eye out for whenever the election opens and closes. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Well, can I, Paul, first of all, thank you for your welcome and the information that you've just delivered on the agenda. And good morning to conference and delegates. Good morning to you all. I'm very pleased and honoured to open the 2024 NIPSA Health and Safety Conference. And I have to say, having read the agenda and seen the speakers and the panellists and the topics that you're going to be dealing with today, I think it's absolutely brilliant. It covers the key issues that our members need and will want for workplace health and safety. I do want to pay tribute to our fabulous health and safety reps, and Chair, if I can say, the Health and Safety Committee, for the work that you do tirelessly throughout the year. It's often thankless work because you're raising issues, you're raising risks, and generally ensuring that the employers are compliant with their legal obligations. And it's a very important role. And health and safety reps, it's a wee bit different than, our general reps, whereas on the basis of the legality around the fact that the employer must comply with the legal obligations in terms of keeping people safe in work. So Catherine had indicated that I have 10 minutes, but when I looked at the agenda, I thought, 10 minutes of me speaking about what you're going to speak about, you'll want to get straight in to your agenda. So I just want to make a couple of brief points, Chair. But before I do, I would like to pay tribute to Geraldine Alexander, who had the portfolio in NIPSA headquarters for health and safety, among other things. And Geraldine has recently retired. So I do think it's fitting just to mention and pay tribute to the work that Geraldine has done over many years across health and safety and equality in NIPSA, but across the movement. So thank you to Geraldine for that. And I do want to thank Catherine and Danielle for organising the conference today and the event overall, because pulling this all together requires a wee bit of work and it's all done behind the scenes. So I want to thank them. I'm very proud to work in a movement that protects the interests of members, but particularly the health and safety of members. And you all on this call today make that possible. And the work that you do right across the public sector is invaluable. The physical, and also, Chair, you covered the point about mental health and safety and mental well-being in work is and should be a high priority for employers, but it's not always. So the work that you do to raise these issues, and the motion that was passed at General Conference is key. And the Health and Safety Committee, our reps, but also our allies, those people that are joining us today from those various organisations across ICTU, and shouldn't have mentioned anybody because I'll leave somebody out, but all of the organisations that you highlighted that are with us today are our allies in all of this, in delivering what it is we do. And it's really important work, and I want to thank everybody for doing that for NIPSA. You mentioned, Chair, that our health and safety reps and our allies got us through COVID. And we're in another pandemic now, which is a cost of living crisis. And it is a scourge on workers and their families and their health and safety and their well-being in work. When budgets are cut, we quite often see that health and safety can be targeted as an easy pick to attack, and safeguardings that are in work are easy to be attacked. And we must ensure that employers do not try or attempt to attack what we have built and what we must, and what those before us. You know, we stand on the shoulders of giants, as the saying goes, for those people that have come before us and made sure that we have policies in place around workplace policies, work-life balance, health and safety, stress at work, dignity at work, all of those policies that, and the law that are there to protect us, that we are ensuring that they are saved and protected, and that will help our members do what they need to do. And, you know, whenever somebody is safe in work and their mental well-being is protected, they feel safer in their home life as well. So it touches into every aspect of a worker's life, what we can do for them when they're actually in the workplace. So I don't want to be very much longer, Chair, because you'll want to get the conference started. But I'll finish by thanking you all for the work that you do, for attending the event today, for your ongoing dedication, and especially our guests for the contribution that they will make today, but also for the contribution that they make in their own organisations and help that they give to NIPSA to be delivering what we need to do as reps and as a trade union. So I want to also just say good luck to those running in the election today, and I wish you all the best. I look forward to listening to the detail today that's going to be covered. So thank you, Chair, and I hope you all enjoy conference. And again, thank you very much for attending. So good luck with today. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria, for that very eloquent speech and for framing the conference. We now have our keynote speakers, and just a few wee notes before we introduce the speakers. The speakers will be happy to take questions at the end of the presentation. So you can either raise your hand or put questions into the chat facility. Preferably raise your hand so that we can see we have an overall view. So I would like to welcome Rory O'Neill and invite him to address conference. I'll give you a little bit of a background on Rory. Rory is the Occupational Health and Labour Standards Advisor to the International Trade Union Confederation, ITUC, and represents unions in global health and safety negotiations at the International Labour Organization, the World Health Organization, the United Nations Environment Programme, and other UN agencies. He coordinates ITUC's Global Union Health and Safety Network, which aims to promote capacity building and organisation around health and safety issues. He is a visiting professor at Queen Mary, University of London. You may also be familiar with Rory as being for many years the editor of the grassroots trade union health and safety publication, Hazards Magazine. Rory has been a trade union health and safety activist even longer. So Rory will speak today on the significance of the new ILO Convention for Health and Safety as a fundamental right. So Rory, I hand over to you.
Thank you so much. Firstly, I'd like to say it's a great honour to be invited, so I thank you all for that. And secondly, I thank you for letting me do this from the kitchen. This is my 4th conference speech this month, and the previous ones were in Geneva, Brussels, and last week in Sydney, so that was a bit of a sod getting there and back to do this, but thank you for that. Firstly, I was going to do a PowerPoint, but a wise man once told me they have no power and no point, so you're just going to have to watch my head at this point. As Paul said, I'm Health, Safety and Labour Advisor at the ITUC. The ITUC is the biggest global trade union organisation, representing 300 national union bodies with nearly 200 million members in over 160 countries. And that is our power, powering others. So the question of why safety is important and the new fundamental rights, well, as we know, it's all literally a matter of life and death. But since June 2022, the International Labour Organization has actually recognised that for the first time when occupational health and safety was recognised and adopted as a fundamental principle and right at work. Now that elevates it up the international trade union negotiating agenda. It makes it part of the big game alongside collective bargaining, freedom of association, freedom from discrimination, freedom from forced labour and child labour. So it's one of the big 5 issues that have to be abided by fundamental conventions. On safety, we have 2, the Occupational Health and Safety Convention, Convention 155, and the Promotional Framework, Convention 187. And the joy of them becoming fundamental is it doesn't matter whether governments want them or have ratified them, they have to abide by the conditions of them. That's the same for all fundamental conventions, as opposed to other conventions. And that means rights we should have in law, and if they're not in our law, should be there, and governments have to explain themselves. Those rights would include the right to representation, the rights to training, the rights to information, the rights to refuse, and much more. In most cases, in richer nations, most of those rights are there, but certainly not all. And but part of the argument we put forward is that if we have countries where we have lesser rights, then we all have lesser rights. So it's important that we work together to upgrade those rights. But things aren't getting better. A report last year from the International Labour Organization said since 2015 worldwide, workplace fatalities have increased by 5%. The ILO figures show that 300 million people a year die as a result of work hazards. But just out of those 330,000 a year are fatalities, which means most of us are dying a slow death, not an instant accident tragedy death caused by work-related ill health. And the top causes that are recognised and counted are circulatory diseases, respiratory diseases, and cancer. Not included in that toll, because it's impossible to count worldwide, are the causes, are the deaths caused by psychosocial hazards at work, the stress, overload, general misery, and horribleness of many jobs today. Now, we estimate in the UK alone several hundred suicides each year, for example, are related to work and non-accounted, investigated, or prosecuted. You know, the problem with that, of course, is if you don't count the bodies don't count. Globally, even using the ILO's, what they accept are a gross underestimate, indicate that worldwide, each year we have 1 death every 6 seconds round the clock every day. But I mean, just talking in terms of numbers sanitizes it. As Donald Hunter, one of the fathers of occupational medicine, said, statistics are worker deaths with the tears wiped away. These are human beings, broken lives, broken families, and in some cases, broken communities. So why is health and safety a global issue? Why I'm not just talking to you about what's happening in your nation now? Well, firstly, the economy is global, the workforce is global, supply chains are global and determine prices, so standards of work. Multinationals are, of course, global and have more economic clout than many nations. I'll give you an example. Amazon is a multi-trillion-dollar economy. Its economy is bigger than Australia's. If it was a country, it would rank in the top 14 nations on Earth and probably higher by now, as its wealth increases so fast. International financial institutions dictates on loans, which include requirements on health and safety, are far more likely to have more stringent controls demanding austerity from the governments receiving those contracts and economic liberalisation, which by any definition generally means deregulation and anti-union laws. And finally, hazards have gone global. For example, if you take chemicals, down the road from where I'm sat in Yorkshire, England at the moment, 20 miles away, is a factory manufacturing paraquat. It's not allowed to sell that within 1,000 miles of where I'm seated, but it does export it to other continents where it kills workers. Now, that's an issue for our global trade union movement. Probably the best illustration of how hazards have gone global is biohazards, which was alluded to and linked to the cost of living crisis by Marie earlier. In the last 20 years, we've had SARS, MERS, avian flu, Mpox again, avian flu again, and I'm missing some out there. None of these infections respect borders and all have to be dealt with globally. And that doesn't mean by the World Health Organization. It doesn't mean by national governments. Of course, they've got a part to play, but it does mean they've got to be seen as a global issue by trade unions. All of this has been souped up by the climate crisis, which who last year noted that extreme weather events and disasters were occurring at an alarming rate. You know, heat stress alone is killing 18,000 workers a year worldwide. And we've seen informalization of work, the expansion of platform work, and basically an alternative to decent work, which is union busting, rights evading, and justice dodging. So these are the threats we're facing now. But they're also making old stuff worse. AI now sets targets with no empathy, no human things, with algorithms that prioritize production over safety. They don't look at toilet breaks, they don't look at stress, they don't look at human capability, or if they do, their afterthoughts. Production is the god. Silica, an old hazard known since antiquity, has been killing us all and continues to kill us all, hundreds each year in the UK, hundreds of thousands each year worldwide. But it wasn't good enough that they killed us with stone like they did in the past. They invented recently a new form of stone, engineered stone. It was a cheaper form of kitchen tops and surfaces like that. And it forms an ultrafine dust, which when it gets in the air can stay there for 80 days, not 80 seconds, 80 days. So you're in a perpetual fog of silica dust. So human greed engineered a product to make a killer a better killer rather than producing solutions. So just getting onto the meat of this, why do we need unions? Well, because, as was mentioned by Marie, unions and employers aren't always on the same page. I deal particularly at the dirty end of things. I'm negotiating a lot with the International Organization of Employers, which is sort of like employers' bad behavior on steroids. But in recent negotiations, they've negotiated, you might not realize how sort of like unfriendly the language can be. They objected to the use of the word human rights in a document on the care economy. In other words, they want a I don't care economy. They objected to any mention of sanitary protection for construction workers, and with no sense of irony, call that a red line. They objected to the precautionary principle, any mention of it, because that was going too far. They objected, of course, to the right to strike, and we're now taking that case, ITUC, to the International Court of Justice. They objected to any mention of collective bargaining, any mention of supply chain responsibility and due diligence, any mention of whistleblower rights. They said wood dust wasn't biological, and you know, we had to point out it actually grows on trees. They denied that we should have anything on the rights for informal workers. And one of their big bogies, which reflects on you in the public sector, if I mention Convention 94 from the International Labour Organization, which is one of our favourites, they go apoplectic. Why? Because that's a convention on labour clauses in public contracts, which the Tory government, incidentally, denounced in 1982. We were a member of it, but they denounced it. So what they did like, I'll tell you, two phrases come up all the time: workers' duties and business confidentiality. Now, you have to ask yourself, how can workers observe any duties if the employers haven't done what they need to do? But that's frequently the case. And yet you get disciplined for not doing what they made impossible. Business confidentiality. In what world can business secrecy make work safer? Yet they're asking for business confidentiality clauses in global health and safety treaties. So what can you do about it? I got asked when I was in Australia last week what evidence there was for the union safety effect. And I just said to him, well, he's still alive. I mean, that's the most telling thing that's happening. But there's lots of hard evidence of how effective unions are at keeping workers alive. And here's some examples. In US nursing home, unionized workplaces during the COVID epidemic had a 10.8% lower rate of patient deaths. Unionization protected patients, and a 6.8% lower rate of worker infections. In US minings, the introduction by states of anti-union right-to-work laws saw fatalities increase 14% in the states that introduced these laws due to decreased unionization. And Marie also mentioned how mental health isn't being taken seriously enough. Well, an international study published this year looked at 46 countries, including the UK, and found union density was the single most important factor in securing a good psychosocial safety climate. That was a higher rating than having a good national policy. Unions deliver better than governments on this. It's been estimated that tighter silica rules negotiated by unions are now part of Australia's national law. Tighter exposure standard and a ban on engineered stone will save 80,000 lives in the next working generation. That is a union effect, a union benefit. So how does the union effect work? I'm in a lot of negotiations. Well-meaning people sit around the table with me and they say, what we need is better information. If only we had more information, better access to information, then people wouldn't be dying in the workplace, wouldn't be dying from environmental hazards and workplace hazards. Well, let me tell you, there's plenty of very smart people who have died, very smart people who've been fired because they raised concerns about occupational health and safety, or they were exposed to occupational health and safety risks at work. Just knowing what's killing you isn't the answer. It's the ability to do something about it. And this tells us one fundamental truth. Information isn't power. Power is power. And unions give you the power to improve work, to make use of information, and to make that tell. And we have unique tools. We have representation and negotiation. We have a real ability to stop the job rather than a theoretical one. We have slowdowns, overtime bans, walkouts, works to rules, strikes. And, I mentioned earlier the red line on sanitary protection, where I was negotiating with construction employers last year. Well, this year I was in a negotiation with the same employers over forestry, and we won it. We argued our case. There was so much outrage about that. We made it public that the employers said no sanitary protection on construction sites. And the next year, the same negotiators caved in on it. So union power delivered there. Unions work because we're a sum of our parts, because we can band collectively and can organise. And that's key. Health and safety isn't just about health and safety. It's about all the fundamentals. It's about freedom of association. It's about the right to collective bargaining. It's about freedom from discrimination, child labour, forced labour. All that packaged together are where we negotiate and where our power lies. We can use negotiations. We use global framework agreements with multinational governments. We use human rights due diligence. One very big example recently is Mercedes reps in the US were facing union busting. No such policy in Germany, the home country. And so they're taking a case under the German due diligence law. The strength of the due diligence laws, like the one that's going to come in the EC as well, on in the European Union in 2029, are that they give enormous fines in the billions based on a proportion of GDP. And that makes boardrooms think twice. We also negotiate social and labour standards in multinational development policy and loan agreements, which affect people throughout the world. And then, what I generally get at this point, we have this conversation is, yeah, that's what you do. But in real life, we live in real life, the yes, but question. Well, early this month, I spoke to the Amazon Alliance, which are Amazon reps from around the world. They're fighting an employer, which, as I say, is one of the world's largest economies, not companies, economies. It's got sector high injury rates. It's a union buster. It will do anything on health and safety except health and safety. It introduced Amazon booths, mindfulness booths, rather than deal with work stress. So you could get 5 minutes away from your hellish job to try and think about how hellish your job was. In India, when birds were falling from the sky this summer, it was so hot, raining from the sky, Amazon refused to allow workers to have water on the workplace, because then they'd want to wee and they wouldn't be able to make the productivity gains that were required. And so after the global union made a stink about that, they introduced 4 cooling booths in India. They've got hundreds of thousands of workers across a continent, and they had 4 cooling booths. Well, most of them couldn't get there in a week, like get there for the 5 minutes they were allowed. But despite this, those same workers have used strikes, walkouts, protests, and media campaigns, and have won pay rises, have won recognition. So they're fighting in the belly of the beast, and it can be done in those circumstances. So what I would say now is I was quite emboldened by talking to them, but our task is always to increase our capacity and to supercharge that union effect. That means training, organising and developing union power. That means knowing your membership and working with your membership. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Rory, for a most informative and enlightening talk. We now turn over to the, excuse me, the reps conference here to present any questions you may have to Rory. Alison Wallace, I see your hand up there. Would you be in a position then to ask Rory your question? Remember, colleagues, there is a bit of a delay between the speaker coming online and them actually being heard. Hello, Alison. Can we have Alison then come online? Okay, Rory, until we find a way to have Alison come online, I would like to ask a question, please. As a trade union, as safety reps, and as union members, what way do you think we can best support the International Labour Organization in presenting that trade union effect on an international scale through our union and through ICTU, and also through our own action as, say, consumers and as members of the public? So what is the most effective way you could envisage?
I think there's 1,000 different ways you can do it. Doing the day job is the key thing. Actually doing the representation and negotiation, making sure we know about your wins, because that always, you know, win for one is a win for all. Often, like with silica, the Australia ban is getting exported around the world. And the same thing happens with other nations. You know, we're using the example of laws one on suicide in France to argue with unions elsewhere that we should get recognition elsewhere. So a win for one is a win for all. You can do that. You can actually engage with the international structure through your unions and through motions to national union federations, or through actually becoming engaged in international committees. For example, we have topic-based committees, expert groups at the ILO that representatives from NIPSA could certainly play a part in. There was one recently on labour standards, for example, which would be a membership you organise. The care economy would be another one where there's the start of a convention, hopefully a convention discussion at the International Labour Conference in June, where that's a big deal for your membership. So you can engage with that and try and get delegates to the ILC, or at least contribute to consultations about the content of that. There's generally the ILO process when they make a new law involves a questionnaire going out to governments, which they then have an obligation to allow unions to contribute to. I'm leading the negotiations on biological hazards at the moment, and my negotiating team in the room last year was 160 people. You know, so we do get people from all around the world participating. I think doing the job on the ground and making sure everyone knows about your wins, informing yourself on what's going on elsewhere, that can be through contact with us. I mean, one of my tasks this year is to spur organising activity around occupational health and safety. My first task is the entire African region said, oh, that's a good idea, and asked me to do Africa. So I've got my work cut out there. But that has to be part of the package to make organising a integral part of the union's approach to everything it does around health and safety, because there's too much of a temptation to think that technical knowledge alone is enough. It's critical to have technical knowledge and to be competent, but it's also more critical to have the organising skills. And, you know, when you go into a negotiation knowing that you've got 300 people at your back, just not nobody there. That's the key.
Thank you, Rory, much appreciated for that. I think that's helped us then broaden our focus to an international level. We are very much focused in our own work areas, but this helps us focus on what is out there and the labour struggle right across the world. So much appreciated. I'll just see if there's any more questions. No. There's no more hands raised, Rory. So
There's
again,
just
much-
Alison there. All Alison is on.
Has Alison come on board then, has she? Then? I think Alison's hand is down now.
She's on the screen, so she's waiting to
Was she?
come in.
Right, okay. Hello, Alison. Your mic is muted there. Can we unmute Alison? Hello, Micah of NIVAC. Are we having problems there with Alison's feed?
No, Alison, are you able to unmute your mic? You should be able to unmute your mic there. You have permission to.
No, we're not having much success here. Alison, if you would like to submit your question at a later time during the conference, we'll keep an eye on the messages. If that is okay, if you could send us a little thumbs up on that one. And I suggest we move on to welcome Jerry Murphy. So Jerry Murphy is Assistant General Secretary of ICTU. Previously, Jerry was the Northern Secretary of the Irish National Teachers Organisation. And Jerry's been a full-time trade union official since 2011. And in that time, he's held a number of roles across the trade union movement, including those of chairperson of the Northern Ireland Committee of ICTU and that of President of Congress. He began his professional life as a teacher working in West Belfast. Before becoming a full-time trade union official, he was appointed principal of St Mary's Primary School in Divis Street, Belfast. So today, Jerry will be speaking to us about the future of work and how health and safety reps are making a difference. Again, if you have any questions for Jerry, we'll take them at the end of Jerry's talk. Okay, Jerry, I'll hand over to you.
Okay, am I live, Paul? Well, good morning, everyone, and I'd like to thank NIPSA for inviting me to speak at this very important conference. Having just listened to Paul, should any of my remarks, which they will, repeat things which Rory has already brought to your attention, it's simply because ICTU shares the ITUC's views and concerns around those subjects. The theme of the conference is very timely because not only does it coincide with the EU Week for Occupational Health and Safety, but also with the extensive public discourse about the nature of work and how the trade union movement can create a fairer and more prosperous economy. Since our historic industrial relations disputes in 2023 culminating in the mass mobilisation of workers in January of this year, the trade union movement has shown how good work and trade union organising are inextricably linked. Organising for health and safety is a fundamental part of the agenda, and health and safety representatives are central to this work. I would like to thank all those trade union activists and especially the health and safety reps and congratulate you on the essential job you do in workplaces keeping all of our members safe and healthy, carrying out risk assessments, raising important safety concerns, challenging poor, dangerous and sloppy practice by employers, and working with those same employers to improve conditions are the day-to-day practice which health and safety reps carry out and which make a real difference to the lives of working people. I'm also aware that NIPSA and NIPSA health and safety reps are campaigning to push our understanding of what constitutes health and safety at work by prioritizing issues such as psychosocial well-being and mental health, menopause and reproductive health, and eliminating violence and harassment, and so much more. As Rory pointed out, the ILO, the International Labour Organization, has recently recognized the centrality of health and safety to work by confirming occupational health and safety as the 5th fundamental principle and right at work. The change, interestingly, is the first extension of workers' fundamental human rights in a quarter of a century. It adds the right to a healthy and safe working environment to the 4 rights adopted in 1998 by the ILO. The recognition that health and safety is a fundamental principle and a right at work is an important milestone and will make a positive difference to the daily lives of many thousands of working people. Importantly, and again, Rory already referenced this, but in the 2 ILO conventions, 155 and 187, also provide backing for union organising through the creation of workplace safety committees with worker representation and worker safety representatives in workplaces. In doing this, the ILO recognises that union workplaces are safer. I won't list off the figures. Rory's already given you a flavour of that. Are safer workplaces with better conditions and with fewer accidents and injuries. In their latest annual report, the Health and Safety Executive for Northern Ireland reported 10 fatalities in workplaces here. This compares to 19 in the previous year. While the reduction, of course, is welcome, what we must be striving for is 0 deaths at work. For those 10 families, their friends and their colleagues, this has to be our goal. The EU's current health and safety strategy says all efforts must be deployed to reduce work-related deaths as much as possible in line with a Vision Zero approach to work-related deaths. While this is laudable, we need concrete action to achieve the goal of 0 deaths. We know the tools exist to make this happen. It needs commitment and political will. We need everyone, employers, our government, and trade unions also, to prioritise workplace safety. And this also reminds us that the trade union movement is an international movement. As well as the tragic loss of life and livelihoods through unjustified and unjustifiable wars, globally, each year an estimated 2.78 million workers die from occupational accidents and work-related diseases, while an additional 374 million workers suffer from non-fatal occupational accidents. Those figures are horrific, colleagues. This means almost 2 million people die from work-related causes each year. Work-related deaths exceed the average annual death from road accidents. They exceed the average annual deaths from war. They exceed the average annual deaths as a result of violence and of HIV and AIDS. We need a concerted, joined-up effort to prevent workplace accidents, occupational diseases, stop exposure to hazardous substances, including cancer-inducing substances. And we need to learn and incorporate that learning of the lessons of COVID. We need to make physical and mental health of workers a priority when organising and designing in the workplace. It's important that we also remember thousands of workers who contracted industrial diseases, far from being a thing of the past. Occupational diseases are actually increasing. Some 100,000 workers in Europe die every year from occupational cancer due to exposure to hazardous substances. Long working hours and psychological pressure at work cause heart disease, stroke, depression and suicide, bad posture, repetitive movement, and heavy lifting cause back pain and other muscular skeletal disorders, and in turn cause depression and result in people being unable to work. There will always be new challenges for health and safety. Even today, we are dealing with issues arising from new technology, from climate change, and from remote working that we had not thought about 5 years ago. And we realize all too well now the threats presented by viral infections. We require a robust enforcement agency, properly resourced and working in a tripartite model with the trade union movement and with the employers. We also need to halt any attacks on health and safety regulations and legislation, and ensure that we continue to campaign to improve employment, trade union, and health and safety rights. The cornerstone of safer workplaces are, of course, safety representatives. And I again want to pay tribute to the many hundreds of union health and safety representatives who work tirelessly to make work a better and safer place. I wish you all the best for the rest of the conference, and I'm happy to hold on for a few moments and answer some questions if there are any. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Jerry. Much appreciated. I don't see any hands up, Jerry, to ask questions. So I would like to come on board now, not so much with a question, but it's just acknowledgement and thanks to ICTU for the many years of invaluable service they provided to the trade union movement in conducting your health and safety courses, whether it's the trade union rep stage 1, stage 2 health and safety courses, or the specialized courses that have the organizers have their finger on the pulse. I especially mentioned then courses related to mental well-being at work. The courses and the lecturers themselves have been an inspiration for our reps and a driving force, because the lecturers don't just end that relationship with the reps at the end of the course. I know that they have been a source of advice and a source of, again, source of inspiration and drive. Certainly I remember 30x years ago, one of your lecturers then, who's still with you, Brian McAnoy, has been the driving force in me and a lot of my colleagues in NIPSA, being the safety reps that we are and that we aspire to. So much appreciated, Jerry, and thank you again to.
Well, thank you very much for your kind words, Paul. And if I might just add to that, we're continuing to evolve the offering around health and safety that we're making available to the trade union movement. You know, the world of work is in a continual state of change, and we while we're not always as quick as we should be or we could be, we're doing our very best to ensure that, you know, what we're making available to the membership is relevant, important, and helpful. And can I also thank NIPSA here, because a number of those lecturers to whom you are referring do indeed come from NIPSA, and we're very grateful to NIPSA for making them available to us. So thank you all very much.
Much appreciated, Jerry.
Okay.
So we are running a little bit ahead of schedule here. Tea and coffee break was scheduled for 11 o'clock. So again, we would offer the opportunity here to, based on both talks there, if anyone has any questions, they can certainly raise their hand here in the group. So then I would like to remind delegates, if they haven't already voted, that the ballot is still open, okay, and will close at 12:30. So with the agreement of our panel members, and our attendees. I would suggest that we go to tea break, coffee break, and return a little bit earlier, okay, at 11:10 to commence the first panel session, where I'll hand over to Marty McKee, who will chair that panel. Okay then, if I could then sign you off for the next few minutes to go and have a well-earned tea break. Okay, thank you.
Welcome back, Paul.
Hello, Marty. Good to hear you.
Are you hesitant to say good to hear but not see? Good to hear, man.
I'm sure we'll get this pleasure at the next safety committee meeting. Okay. So Marty, I'll kick off now, actually. Hello, colleagues. Can I take everyone is back then from their tea break? We're starting a little bit earlier, as I stated before, to give a little bit of space for the first panel to then have that panel discussion. So a couple of wee reminders here, folks, and a couple of notices. One is that if you have any questions then that you would like to ask the panel, can you put them in the chat indicating where or who the question is for, and that will be picked up. Of course, you can speak if you wish, put your hand up, but I think we had a few little difficulties there earlier on. So that would be a good way to present your question. And the other is a reminder that the ballot is still ongoing, and if you haven't, then excuse me, if you haven't voted in the ballot, could you do so as soon as possible? Okay. So without further ado, I'm going to hand over to my NIPSA Safety Committee colleague, Marty McKee, to chair the first panel session of the day. Okay, Marty.
Paul, thanks very much. I'm having problems with my camera, so unfortunately, you have to listen to my voice, but you don't have the dubious pleasure of seeing my face. So I have the pleasure to chair the first panel, which is a discussion on the adverse impact of economic crisis on people and work, and in particular, the disproportionate impact it has upon women and carers. And we have, as Paul said, we have a very esteemed group of panelists, comprising Paul McFlynn, who's from the Nevin Economic Research Institute. We've Siobhan Harding from the Women's Support Network, with Angela Phillips from Carers NI, and Megan Monis from Advice NI. So I'm going to invite Paul to speak first one. A wee bit more about the Nevin Economic Research Institute. It's a TU-supported think tank whose work focuses on the performance of the economy, the quality of employment, skills, and living standards. So, Paul, you want to say a wee bit?
Morning, everyone. So I'm going to try and share my slides here first, so that people can see the presentation. So if I'll just double check now, and then if people can let me know if they can see. People see that? Yes. All good? Perfect. So just to say, yeah, we are the Nevin Economic Research Institute. We are an all-island economic think tank funded by the trade union movement to carry out research for the trade union movement and for people in work. And our research ranges over a number of areas, looking at job quality, the future of work, and also linked into economic development, and fiscal policy, public spending decisions. So we do it all. But and my colleague Lisa Wilson, who many of you might have come across before, is based up in Belfast, and we have colleagues in Dublin as well. So what I've been asked to speak to about today is the impact of the economic crisis on people in work. And I think the first point I want to make anyway is that I've been speaking at trade union conferences for a long time, a long number of years now, and there is always a different type of economic crisis to talk about because the last 10 years have been fairly turbulent. So we're talking at the moment about the cost of living crisis that we've come through and are still experiencing. But I think we need to see that very much in the context of all the crises that have come before it, whether that has been the years of austerity, which started at the beginning of the last decade, through to the disruption that came from the uncertainty and instability surrounding the Brexit and the negotiations that followed. And then feeding into the COVID-19 pandemic and the significant economic disruption, and particularly disruption to the world of work that occurred from that. So we can look at what has happened to our labour market, to the world of work since since the current crisis set in. But I think we always need to be looking back and saying that there are legacy impacts that compound throughout the years. But looking at the cost of living crisis itself, and I'm going to talk through some of the stats, looking at where we have been and where we're going to, and they really are quite alarming statistics. And I think it's good to take stock of exactly what it is that we've been through and the impacts that might have had, and also as well to focus on the fact that whilst the inflation numbers may be coming down, and the last set of figures from last week showing inflation falling to its lowest level for a number of years is encouraging. We need to focus on the fact that while inflation subsides, the price level remains significantly elevated, and that's something we need to constantly bear in mind. We look at how wages have been faring over that period. And why there is a need to maintain pressure on wage increases in order to stave off the impacts of the cost of living crisis. And then finally, I just want to come to a point which is sort of maybe not as talked about, but it's the impact of the people who are not at work, and subsequently their impact on the people in work, and something we need to talk about. But to begin with, this chart here is just showing the range and the extent of the crisis that we have come through here. So this is just taking it from last month, and then 5 years previous to that. So the orange bars here are the level of inflation, the increase in the prices. And what you can see there is we had very little inflation in 2019 before the COVID-19 pandemic, and actually then it reduced in the first year of the pandemic as economic activity contracted significantly. And then what we can see is coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic, the price rises begin to pick up pace. And then as we get into 2022, when the disruption following the war in Ukraine started, and the price level increases take on a whole new level. So what you see there when you see the orange bars, you see the crisis as this significant increase up, and then a slowly sliding decrease coming into 2024. So when we talk about inflation having fallen to its lowest level in the last month, that's because we've come down very much to the lowest of those orange bars in September 2024. So inflation describes the speed at which prices are increasing. So the speed of the increases in prices may have slowed, but the distance that has been traveled hasn't. And that's why the blue line, which you can see, which is traced over the same period of time, is the price level. So that means where prices have come from since the start of the crisis. And that's really what people feel when they assess what the impact has been of the recent economic crisis. And I think when you put it into context in terms of actual items, actual goods and services that we buy in the economy and what has happened to them over the last number of years, this is just a collection of some of the most likely consumer products, most likely things to be in people's shopping basket. And you can see that, yes, we may have come to a point where the increase in prices has begun to abate, but the distance that we have traveled over that period of time has been significant. Most of these are staples, necessary household goods that nearly everybody has to purchase. And what we can see is that for most of these, the scale of increase in prices over the last 4 years has been roughly about a third for each of the ones. If you go through breads, meats, pasta is one that still has not come down significantly enough. When you look at their home heating oil and electricity, which have increased by 60% and 40% respectively, those have come down significantly even since last year. Last year we were looking at 80 and 90% of the increases, and then obviously that has begun to come down as the global markets for oil and gas, and oil and electricity have begun to stabilize, but those are still very significant price increases that really aren't going away anytime soon. Those, we have seen the inflation rate come down to its lowest level. That means that these jumps in prices that have occurred over that time are baked in. So if we look just at the next screen, just looking at the evolution of wages over the same period of time, and what we see is sort of a fairly steady, but not that impressive increase in wages over the period of time. Now, what we can see in the last couple of months, if you look at the very end of the chart there, is it gets a bit choppy, and that's something that's concerning from our standpoint, because it could indicate that wage growth is not going to level off. It might take a significant dip, and that's important when we chart wages alongside prices. So if we look at the next chart here, is just looking at that period and putting the monthly increase in wages and the monthly increase in prices next to each other. So what you can see there is in 2019 up to 2020, what we had was significant but not spectacular wage growth and fairly low price inflation, so that nearly every month wages were keeping ahead of increases in prices. You can see the 2 points where the blue bars dip below the line, and that's the early point of the pandemic, when there was a significant decrease in wages, but that abated over the rest of the year. And what we can see then is, as we come into late 2021, 2022, that the increases in prices just overwhelm the monthly wage increases, and do so for a significant period of time, and particularly in the latter half of 2022. The orange bars are, in many cases, twice the level of the blue bars, meaning that wages fall significantly behind prices all over that period. And as we come up to the 2024, we can see some impressive enough increases in wages. A lot of that is because of wage increases that were not granted, particularly public sector pay deals that were held back in Northern Ireland due to the political crisis coming in later in the year than would have been otherwise the case. So to sort of look at this in an overall sense, the green line is just charting when. So if the green line is above zero, it means that real wages after prices are increasing. But anytime it was below the zero line, it means that that prices fell back. So what you can see there is that for the guts of almost a year, we had real wage decreases. So essentially, where wages were falling back, and we have to think of it in this sense that for every period of time where there was a wage decrease, a real wage decrease, we need a period of above the line growth in order just to make that ground back up. Not even to see real wage growth. So putting then wages, the actual wage level next to the price level, so where prices have gotten to, what we can see here is the orange line for wages and the blue line for prices. Over that period of time, if the blue line ever comes up to meet the orange line, what it automatically means is that any of the growth that was there beforehand is wiped out. Once the price level reaches the wage line growth, all the progress that's happened before is wiped out. So you can see it happens in the middle of 2022, happens again in the middle of 2023. Now, what we've seen is that there has been a significant increase in wage growth over this year. But if that orange line begins to dip, and if the blue line begins to rise even slightly, then we are in significant trouble. We will see any of the benefit that we have gotten this year being wiped out, and that's why we need to see the pressure continue. And the last point I want to make on this is that we now can look at the full time period looking at economic inactivity. So this is people who are outside of the workforce. They're not employed or unemployed. They're not looking for work, and they're not in work. And if we look at this for both people who are 16 and above, or if we reduce it to just looking at people aged 16 to 64, those who are of what we call determined working age, the rates look roughly similar to where they were back in 2019, but this is hiding significant changes within the both cohorts, and there are very different results by gender. So what we can look at here is that we can see in the 16 to 24-year-old group, there has been a significant reduction in the proportion of females who are in the workforce in that age group. But when we move to the 25 to 34-year-old age group, we can see that it's males who have come down by almost the same amount. There has been a significant increase in female participation in both of the next two age groups, but a significant drop-off in males in the 15 to 64. And almost all of the growth in the 65 and over economic inactivity has been in males. But one of the most startling statistics that we look at is when we ask the reason why people are not in work. And what we can see is that long-term sick has, I mean, it was always up there in terms of one of the main categories or reasons for not being in the workforce. But since 2019, this is just looking over the last 10 years, since 2019, it has increased significantly to the point that we used to have between a quarter and a third of our work of people in the working age who are not in the labour force due to long-term sick. That's now above 40%. And looks like it may increase over the next 2-3 years to get to almost half of people who are outside of work due to long-term sick. That isn't a long run trend. We weren't seeing this level before the COVID-19 pandemic. There is clearly an issue there where people who have legacy conditions from the COVID-19 pandemic are not able to return to work and they are falling into economic inactivity. That's bad both for the individuals involved, but it is also, we are losing vital people from our workforce because we have not been able, in terms of whether it's a public health strategy or other measures, to be able to bring those people into the labour market. But I will leave it at that. I think I may have slightly overrun my time, but thank you very much.
Well, Paul, thanks so much. It's very informative. It was useful for you to put the wider impact of the cost of living crisis on how it affects everyday household staples and how it impacts both those in and out of work. How many thought of the long-term setup? That was useful to give us something to think about. If anyone any questions, want to raise hands or do you want to put in the chat before we go on to Siobhan?
Martin, there was a comment from Jane Moore in terms of it that the stats don't include what price hikes for what was already high prices for those foods and etc. for those with allergies and intolerances such as celiac in terms of it, which obviously has in itself, there's a widening knowledge of people who have those conditions or otherwise, and it can be financially difficult for families to try and work with the hikes that are there.
I saw Stevie Gary put his hand up. Stephen, do you want to ask a question? Or do you put your hand up by mistake? Not that you put your hand up by mistake, mate. I'll tell you happy, Stephen. On the absence of any further questions, I'll introduce Siobhan Barney from the Women's Support Network. Siobhan joined the Women's Support Network in August 2018 as a policy and research officer. She's responsible for drafting research papers and consultation responses on issues of impact, particularly upon women, on behalf of Women's Regional Consortium in the North. She does this through holding focus group with local women, discussing issues that are important to them and reflecting their views in policy documents and research papers. Siobhan has produced several research papers on the impact of authority and welfare reform on women, debt in women, the impact of universal credit on women, an update paper on women living with debt, and most recently, a research paper at Ulster University on the impact of cost of living crisis on women in the North, and a research paper with CARE's NI on women, unpaid care and employment. Siobhan is also a member of the Women's Policy Group, which is a platform for women working in policy and advocacy roles in different organisations to share their work and speak with a collective voice on key issues. She's a member of the Northern Ireland Women's Budget Group and the working group in the Cliff Edge Coalition, which is a campaign to extend and strengthen the mitigations package for Northern Ireland. Siobhan's also on the Committee for Women's Platform and worked to achieve gender equality and gender parity for women and girls through advocating for the integration and implementation of international human rights standards in Northern Ireland. Prior to this, Siobhan had worked for over 10 years as Citizens Advice as an information and policy officer and has a wealth of experience working in the field of policy around such issues as poverty, welfare benefits, debt and unemployment. The WSN is a feminist organisation that provides support and services to the network of 14 women's centres or groups across the North. As part of a Women's Regional Consortium, which consists of 7 established women's sector organisations. These organisations are committed to working in partnership with each other, government, statutory organisations and women's organisations, centres and groups for the disadvantaged and rural areas to ensure these organisations working for women are given the best possible support in the work they do in tackling disadvantage and social exclusion. I'm never reading it, so over to you now, Siobhan.
Thanks very much, Marty, and thanks for that very long introduction. Sorry about that, everybody. I'm just going to see if I can share the slides now. Just bear with me a second. Can everybody see that okay? Yeah, I'm assuming you can because I haven't heard otherwise. So I'll just begin then by thanking you all for the invite to speak to you today. And I'm going to talk to you about the research that we did with Ulster University last year on the impact of the cost of living crisis on women. So just onto my first slide then. Before I go in and speak really about the findings from the research, I just want to talk a little bit about the research context. So we know that women are more likely.
Siobhan, apologies, we can only see a screenshot of the list. We can't actually see the slides themselves. We can see your computer screen, if that makes any sense, in terms of the list of files that you have as opposed to the actual slideshow.
Oh, really? I can see it here. Just bear with me then. I'll stop share and try it again. Is that any better?
That's it now.
Yes, that's it there.
That's it.
Okay. Okay, you see that one okay, yes?
Yes.
Okay, great. So yes, just about the research context then. Women are more likely to live in poverty, and they're more likely to be in receipt of social security benefits, to be in low paid, part-time and insecure work, which then keeps their incomes lower over their lifetimes. And they're also more likely to be managing the household finances and paying the bills, particularly those associated with children's costs. And we also know that a decade of welfare reform and austerity policies, the COVID-19 pandemic, and now the cost of living crisis has hit women harder. And it's really, all of those have really combined together to create a perfect storm, especially for those on the lowest incomes. And the cumulative effect of all of that is that women are left to become the shock absorbers of poverty in their homes. So they're forced to make difficult decisions around feeding themselves and their families, heating their homes, and trying to live dignified and healthy lives. And just briefly want to explain how we did the research before I talk about the findings. So we had 20 focus group sessions across women's centres and organisations last year to discuss women's experiences of the cost of living crisis. And we did that with 250 women. And so we asked them questions about how the crisis was impacting on various aspects of their life, including things like their debt and savings, their ability to pay bills, how they socialise, the impact it has on their caring responsibilities, on their health and on their children. We also asked them what they thought government should be doing to help them. And once we gathered all this information, we worked with Ulster University to analyse the results and write up the final report. So in terms of work, those in work and the impact of the cost of living crisis, so about a third of the women were in some form of work, and that was either full-time work or part-time work with or without social security benefits. And many were in low-paid work and were struggling to make ends meet on low incomes, often without any access to help or support with their bills. And there was quite a bit of a discussion about the impact of the cost of living crisis on those in work, with a fair few of the women noting their frustration about the lack of financial support which was available to help working families. So as I go through this presentation, I'm going to include a series of quotes from the women who took part, as these help to paint a better picture of the impacts better than anything else that I can say. So this quote shows something that was commonly reported, borrowing to meet essential bills, and that included borrowing for food, for energy costs, furniture, white goods, clothes, car repairs, things like that. As this woman says, the borrowing is just for ordinary living, and that's because what she receives in low paid work isn't enough to meet her bills. And because of increases in the cost of living, she's had to use her credit card to meet this basic expenditure. And we're increasingly concerned about the potential for increasing levels of debt, particularly through expensive forms of credit to meet essential bills. And this quote shows the reality for many who are in low paid work, who equally struggle to afford the essentials. And this woman feels that the loss of support through the benefit system is taken away too quickly when people move into work, and that is something that affected her. And now just to look at the findings from the report. So 96% of the women that we spoke to felt that their financial situation was worse than it had been the previous year because of the impacts really of cost of living rises. And I suppose that statistic is no surprise, as we all know what the rising cost of goods has meant for our own pockets. 91% of the women reported difficulty paying their bills as a result of cost of living increases. And the bills that they were finding it most difficult to pay are illustrated there in the graph. And as you can see, food shopping was most frequently reported as being difficult to pay. And next to that then was energy costs, and you can see those split up in the graph there. 38% reported difficulty paying for the cost of transport, and 34% reported difficulty with broadband and internet bills. And we know now that access to the internet is now considered an essential service. So the impact of rising costs for the most essential bills, including food and energy, came up time and time again in our discussions with women. And in this quote, you can see this one relates to mortgages. So some of the women had mortgages and were really feeling the increases in the mortgage interest rates. So all their costs were going up significantly, but with no increase in their income levels to meet these additional costs. So the pressure to meet rising costs meant they were forced to borrow. In this case, this woman was living on an overdraft and felt like she had no hope of ever getting out of this cycle of debt, and that's something that we heard a lot. And just to continue with the findings, then I talked earlier about women being the shock absorbers of poverty in the home, and the research found that 78% of the women we spoke to said they felt cold or hungry or both as a result of cost of living increases. And I find that quite a shocking finding. So that's just over 3/4 of the women had felt cold or hungry. Then very evident is the impact of the crisis on their health, and particularly on their mental health. So that living in a constant state of precariousness over money and trying to make ends meet caused huge levels of anxiety and distress, and also impacted on their personal relationships. 78% of the women felt that the cost of living increases had negatively impacted on their children, and that really was around not being able to afford to do things with their children or take them places or to allow them to be involved in extracurricular activities. 62% said they had been unable to save recently, and 31% reported their savings had decreased. None of the women reported their savings increasing. And so this is important in terms of their ability to cope with financial shocks. So things like maybe a washing machine breaking down or necessary repairs to a car, maybe that they use to get to work. So this leaves them much more vulnerable to debt. And then the impact on the women themselves, 92% reported that the increases had impacted on their ability to take part in social activities. So that's even small things. Like going for a cup of coffee with somebody, meeting a friend for a drink, going to the cinema, doing things with their children and families. So many had cut back on all of that socialising, prioritising their food and energy bills. So this has clear implications for the women themselves and their families and for their well-being, but also for the well-being of our wider economy if people are not able to go out and socialise and spend money in the economy. So as I said, it was really evident from the research the links between increases in the cost of living and poor health, particularly around mental health. So 90% of the women felt that the increases had impacted on their physical or mental health or both. And there were very obvious mental health impacts, with many of the women feeling high levels of stress and anxiety over meeting bills. They felt unable to escape from the worries about their financial situation, which took a toll on them, obviously. And they discussed a range of issues, including sleeplessness, panic attacks, high blood pressure, worsening depression, and issues connected to things like poor diet because they're living on cheaper, less nutritional food. We then asked the women what would help them to cope better with cost of living increases, and the majority, 87%, stated that increased help with energy bills would help them to cope better. Just over half felt that cheaper public transport or help with fuel costs would help them to cope. And 46% of the women reported that increases in the value of Social Security benefits would help. 36% said better paid work would help them, and 22% felt that increased help with childcare costs would help them. And this quote helps to illustrate the impacts of high childcare costs on the ability to work. So we all know the issues that there have been with being able to get affordable childcare here, and those are long-standing issues. And this has greater impacts for women. And you can see from this quote the impact of not being able to work on her life. She wants to work, but she can't afford to because of childcare. And this quote shows the pressure on wages as a result of cost of living increases. This means that more and more women are having to rely on savings, if they have any, or on debt to top up their earnings. Most of the women who reported having any savings said they only had modest amounts, so they had maybe a couple of £100 put away for things like a fridge or a washing machine. In this example, the couple of £100 this woman had saved reduced to 12p because her wages from low paid work were simply not enough to meet her bills. Again, you can see the emotional impact this had on the woman, and as another example of a credit card being used to bridge the gap until the next payday. We made a number of recommendations in the research around help with the cost of living increases, and most of these centred around the need to address rising poverty levels. So we called for the urgent development and implementation of a fully funded anti-poverty strategy for Northern Ireland, which is a legal requirement from New Decade, New Approach. And as part of a coalition called the Cliff Edge Coalition, of which, by the way, NIPSA is a member, we are campaigning for the extension of the welfare mitigations package in Northern Ireland, which currently provides protection for the benefit cap and the bedroom tax. But we want to see it strengthened further to help people with the 2-child limit, with the universal credit 5-week wait, and provide more supports for private renters. We also support the Childcare for All campaign, which is calling for a more affordable and flexible childcare system, which allows women to get into work, but not just work, to be able to access better quality work and to access the skills and education they need to get into work. And we support the Essentials Guarantee campaign, which is run by the Trussell Trust and Joseph Rowntree, which is about ensuring a basic rate of benefits, which is enough to cover the essentials of life. And just to finish with this quote, which best summarises the impact of the crisis on women. So rising prices for the most essential items, such as food and energy, transport and clothing, meant that women saw their household budgets increasingly squeezed, leaving little room to afford anything but the bare essentials, and in some cases, not even those, which takes a significant toll on their lives, impacting negatively on their health and well-being, and causing untold issues for the wider economy, for public services, and for our next generation. So the full research paper is available on the Women's Regional Consortium website, and I want to thank you for your time today and the opportunity to talk to you about the research. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was alarming to hear you talk about the disproportionate impact of cost of living crisis on women. Although it was good to hear the actual voices of the people involved in describing their everyday struggle. I'm certainly going to take away the phrase shock absorbers of poverty. That was scary, but neatly encapsulates the everyday impact of it. Now, before I introduce Ansa, I want to congratulate you on the work you continue to do to highlight the problems caused by cost of living crisis on women and their families. And the work you do is important and does not go unacknowledged. And I can pledge you the full support of this outgoing health and safety committee and the incoming health and safety committee. So on behalf of everybody, Siobhan, I'm going to say thank you. I don't see any hands raised, but I see it was a comment from Julia saying about for far too long our wages have been stagnant, which creates hardship, but also devalues our jobs and impacting our livelihoods and health. So I see Tara Nugent. Tara, you have your hand up. You want to come and speak? Tara, we can't hear you. You're on mute.
Hey, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, Tara.
Okay. I was just wanting to ask there, when it comes to the hardships, with the cost of living in relation to women in particular, does that also have a knock-on effect on the rates of domestic abuse ongoing at the minute?
Well, it does. It does create concerns around that, because if you're, if you don't have enough to afford the essentials, and you're and you have children particularly, and you're relying on perhaps an abusive partner to help meet the family's bills, then it's less likely that you're going to be able to leave such a relationship. So yes, there would be concerns around that, and women's ability to leave abusive relationships if they're very concerned about income and money, and particularly if there are children involved too.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone? Don't see any other hands raised.
I've got a hand there raised, Marty.
I didn't see you. I wasn't looking at you, Paul. Far away, Paul.
Siobhan, there's a figure there that that struck me quite strongly in terms of help that women would request. The figure, I think it was the lowest figure, was 22% for childcare, or contributions toward childcare. How do we explain that, given the fact that childcare costs are so high, and that women want to get back into work but cannot get back into work because they're having to pay childcare, or hand that childcare over to grandparents who themselves might be under financial pressure? So I'm just trying to think that figure is quite tally for me.
Yes, I know it looks low, but bear in mind that not all of the women that we spoke to had children. So quite a few of them were, there was a good mix of age groups, and there were, women who, even younger women who didn't have children involved. So that explains why it was lower. But for those who did have children, childcare came up, as one of their top, one of the top things they raised. So it's not that it was, it was the least raised by any means, but it's just that it reflects the circumstances of all of the women who took part in the research.
Demographics, so that explains it well.
Yeah.
Thanks, Siobhan.
We have it in the chat. Stephen Gowdy has asked a question. An increase in anxiety, stress, and depression is mentioned. Do you know by what percentage and how much impacts upon males and females?
I assume there are official figures maybe on this somewhere. I'm just talking about, Stephen, the feedback that came back to me in relation to the women's discussions from the focus groups, and I must say that at every focus group, stress and anxiety and worry was mentioned considerably. Like it came through very strongly as part of our research. So it's not, I don't have particular stats on it from the research itself, but just that it came across very strongly in the focus group sessions. And I assume that there are stats in existence somewhere, official stats, maybe through NIPSA, that maybe deal with this.
We have a hand up from Ingrid Linders. Ingrid, you want to come in?
Yes, hello. It took a while before I could unmute. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Loud and clear, Ingrid, loud and clear.
Okay. I have a friend who is a single mom and on benefits, universal credits, and they're chasing her to go to work. They do help with childcare. However, she can't find a place for childcare replacements. So I am thinking if they want women to work, and most women do want to work, including my friend, I think the DWP should also maybe have their own crashes, start their own childcare.
Yeah, there are a couple of issues in there, Ingrid. So there has recently been increased conditionality for lone parents, which means that women with younger children are being contacted by Universal Credit to up their hours of either work or work search. We've raised this with the department on a number of occasions now because it's been reported to us by women who can't get the childcare they need to be able to up their hours of work to what the department wants. And they have told us that they have issued guidance to their work coaches around this. So if there's continued to be examples of that, if you could raise those with the department or pass them on to me, I'd be happy to take those and raise them with the department. And that help with childcare that exists through Universal Credit is 85% of the costs, but women are having to pay that upfront, and that causes the difference upfront, and that obviously causes difficulties for some as well. So yes, there are a lot of issues around childcare and Universal Credit, which are causing difficulties, particularly for women.
I don't see any more hands up, so I'm thinking now going to introduce Angela Phillips from Carers NI. Angela is the Senior Policy and Engagement Officer at Carers NI, has a background in public health, policy development, research and advocacy. Angela leads our Care Policy Forum, which ensures that carers' voices are central to our research and campaigning. Ways that Carers NI has built our evidence-based and policy position in care and employment, and has been instrumental in the campaign for paid carers leave. Angela, over to you.
Thank you very much, Marcy, and pleasure to be here. I'll just try and share my screen here. Now, can someone give me an indication? Can you see that okay as a presentation mode?
We can, yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, lovely. So what I wanted to talk to you about today really is about unpaid caring and the economic crisis. So I wanted to cover what we mean by unpaid care, a little bit about who provides unpaid care within Northern Ireland, and then to look at the financial situation for unpaid carers, particularly in the current cost of living crisis, and then to look at the links between unpaid caring and employment. So unpaid carers are people who provide care for family members, for friends, for neighbours, who are older, who are disabled, or who are ill. And these people are not paid to provide that care. And within Northern Ireland, there are over 220,000 unpaid carers, so about 1 in 8 of the population. Now, the majority are of working age, and actually over half are aged between 40 and 64. So really at that age where you're really getting to sort of the peak of your career. Over 60% are women, and about 1 in 3 provide care for 50 plus hours per week. And just to give you a bit of perspective, 2 in 3 of us on this call will become a carer in our lifetime. And for women, that chance is higher. Women have a 70% chance of providing care in their adult life. And women are much more likely to care earlier on in their life and to provide more high intensity care. So by the age of 46, about 50% of women will have been an unpaid carer. And that same 50-50 split happens about 11 years later for men at age 57.
Sorry, Angela, do you mind if I interrupt here? Paul Kelly here.
Yeah.
We're not seeing the presentation mode.
Let's see. Sorry.
Yes, we're seeing it in notes. I think it's notes mode or.
Why it's doing that. Let me come out and try again. Is that any better?
Can you just click on the one above there just to see if we're progressing along on your left panel? Yeah, that's okay. That's
right. Yep.
okay. That's working. It's working. Thanks.
Is that okay now? Yeah, and can you see it in presentation mode? Yeah, are the slides okay now?
Yeah, we're not seeing it full screen, but we can still see the screen. It's okay. That's fine. It's okay. We can see the slide.
I have one more go to see if we can fix it for you. Sorry about this. Stop sharing.
I think you just had to click between the minus and the X to maximize it.
Not sure about that. We're going to see. How is that? Any better? Is that any better?
Yep, that's okay. That's okay.
Yeah, that seems to be it now.
Yeah, that's better. Yep.
Okay.
Thanks, Angela.
So for those carers who are providing unpaid care, it often comes at severe detrimental cost or effect to their own employment, to their finances, to their health and well-being, and to their educational opportunities. And what we find is, I'm going to look at the first two there, employment and finances. So what we find in Northern Ireland, and our research from the Care Poverty Commission has shown us that 1 in 4 carers in Northern Ireland are currently living in poverty. And that is much higher than people in Northern Ireland who don't have a caring role, but also much higher than carers in England, Scotland and Wales. And how that manifests itself in terms of daily lives for unpaid carers, particularly in the current cost of living crisis, is that 1 in 5 carers are struggling to afford the cost of food. And you can see here this carer talking about, yesterday I had breakfast cereal for 3 meals so that my cared for person could have their lunches for a week. Nearly 1 in 3 carers are cutting back on essentials like heating. And you can see from this carer, the expense of everything was just getting too much. I couldn't afford oil for the tank. I'm too embarrassed to say I haven't got the money. And 1 in 10 carers couldn't afford their utility bills. And this care illustrates very clearly the difficult choices that many unpaid carers are making. So I've been able to do without heating for the past 3 months. Now that it's colder, I don't know how I will keep warm, as I can't afford to eat, drive, heat the house, and use electric. I just don't know what is going to happen. 16% of carers have also told us that they're in debt due to caring, and some to really quite extremes. And this carer says, I've borrowed money to a level that will affect me until old age and will affect my kids' quality of life. And nearly 70% of carers told us they were worried about their ability to save and plan ahead. And as this carer demonstrates, I'm managing every month just about, but there's no money to put away to save. So realistically, if my washing machine broke down, I don't have money to pay for a new one. Now, the Carer Poverty Commission in Northern Ireland has looked at what the core drivers of poverty is amongst unpaid carers, and they've identified 3. So the first is the high inescapable extra costs of caring. So you may need to have the heating on more because the person that you care for feels the cold, or you may need to have the lights on all the time to avoid shadows because the person you care for has dementia, or because the person is in all the time, and other additional costs such as needing to replace clothes more frequently because of increased wear and tear. Another big driver was the barriers to employment for unpaid carers and that real difficulty of entering the labour market and remaining in the labour market. And then the final barrier, really, the driver of poverty, was the low social security support offered to unpaid carers. And I'm going to talk about the last 2 there. So carers allowance is the main social security support for unpaid carers, and really the safety net. But shockingly, the poverty rate amongst carers receiving carers allowance is actually 46%. So nearly 1 in 2 of those carers receiving carers allowance are living in poverty in Northern Ireland. And if we look at the matrices that we talked about earlier, so things like cutting back on essentials, struggling to afford to eat, experiencing debt, they're all much higher in carers allowance recipients than compared to all unpaid carers. And the carers allowance recipients are the red in the graph. So what I would say is that if this is the security net for unpaid carers, it's really not doing its job. Now, I also want to talk a little bit about unpaid care and employment. So for many unpaid carers, they really want to be in employment, and they want to maintain those careers that they've built up, and they want to have the social connections that employment brings. But they also need to be in employment because they need to bring in a wage, particularly in the current cost of living crisis. But balancing unpaid care and paid employment is very difficult. And what we found is from our research, 1 in 3 carers leave work because of their caring role. 1 in 4 reduce their working hours. And 1 in 6 turn down promotions, or they take on a job that they're overqualified for to fit around their caring responsibilities. And many, many carers have told us that quote at the bottom: I want to work, and if the support is good, then I can. But unfortunately, we see from the statistics here that those with unpaid caring roles are less likely to be in employment than all adults, so 51% compared to 61%. And it's actually much starker if you look at full-time employment. So only 34% of those with unpaid caring roles in Northern Ireland are in full-time employment, compared to 47% of all adults. And this difficulty in trying to combine unpaid caring and employment has a real detrimental effect on the finances of unpaid carers. So again, work from the Carer Poverty Commission in Northern Ireland has shown that over half of carers who are out of work are currently living in poverty, compared to 14% of carers who are in work. And these financial impacts, they're felt now in terms of trying to provide during the cost of living crisis, but they're also felt well into the future because carers can't save and they can't pay into pension pots. So they set up these cycles of poverty. And I wanted to just touch finally on some of the policy changes that we felt would make a difference to this situation. So what carers really need is they need a cross-departmental, holistic approach to supporting them. So they need things like workplace supports, such as paid carers leave and flexible working policies, to enable them to better balance that caring role with employment. They need reform of the social care system to provide that replacement care that will enable them to go out of the house and take on employment. And they need reform of the carers allowance, not just the monetary value, which will provide an adequate source of income, but also a reform to the earnings threshold, because currently the earnings threshold for carers allowance is £151 a week. So you can take on about 13 hours at the national living wage. And if you go 1 penny over that, £151, you lose all of the allowance completely. There's no taper. And we would feel that's very harsh and a very low earnings threshold. And if that was altered, that would allow people to take on employment. Now, all of these policies, we would say, would enable carers to better participate in the labour market, that would reduce their poverty and their debt because they'd be bringing in a better income. And it would also reduce their levels of stress and ill health because they would better be able to balance those two roles. And that would have not only an effect for individual carers with improved well-being and higher earnings, but also benefits to employers with improved productivity and because they've got a healthier, happier workforce, improved retention and decreased recruitment costs. And so they're able to retain those skilled staff at that sort of 40 to 64-year age group. And also that it would bring benefits to government and the economy with higher tax revenues, lower benefit spendings, and increased GDP. So in summary, we would feel very strongly that carers have the right to the same opportunities as everyone else, and they shouldn't be disadvantaged by their caring role. They save our health and social care system £5.8 billion per year in care costs, and as a society, we need to value the contribution that they're making. But currently, many are living under really severe pressure, and the care that they're providing is at the detriment of their own health and well-being, their careers, their finances, and their standard of living. And many are living in very challenging financial circumstances and spiralling into these cycles of poverty, which are very difficult to get out of. And what they really need is to be valued and supported with cross-departmental policies, as I've discussed, and that this isn't only just the right thing to do in terms of benefiting individual carers and lifting them out of the poverty traps, but that it also brings wide-ranging benefits to business, to government and the economy. And ultimately, it'll lead to a more equal, a healthier, a happier and a more productive society. So thank you very much. I'm very happy to take any questions.
Anza, thanks very much for your shining the spotlight on the impact of cost of living crisis on carers and in particular the lack of support available. And that's an area that all too often goes unnoticed and it's hidden, and it certainly doesn't get as much attention as it should do. So on behalf of the Health and Safety Committee, I want to thank you for your work in this area, and I don't see any hands. Oh, there's a hand up in Catherine.
Hi, Angela. Thank you very much. As Marty said, that was very informative. I suppose I'm picking up with in relation to it, and it's something that's become more known recently in relation to, and it's to do with the carers allowance and the money that people can earn and the cliff edge that comes with that, that if anybody earns more than the £151 per week strict amount, then they end up potentially owing back, and you don't know and they're not aware of, and a significant time can pass, and then obviously the government comes looking for the overpayment. So it's not that if you've earned £1 more than that, they come looking back for that £1. They actually come looking back for the entire payment of the allowance. It's become quite an issue in terms of, because obviously these are low paid workers as it is, and government is determined to continue to claw back that money from those individuals. And I suppose it's something of how to get that information out there in terms of it, or the scandals associated with what we can do to campaign on behalf of those individuals, because they're obviously being penalised, being subject to the cost of living crisis, and now they have this massive debt in terms of it through no real fault of their own in terms of it, because obviously in terms of it, it's not for them, or it shouldn't be for them to have to highlight where they should be highlighted that, you know, there's an overpayment. But again, this notion of a cliff edge as opposed to, and it's my understanding is because the computer system doesn't allow anything but a cliff edge, and that's a big issue for it. And I suppose it's how to highlight that, or how we can campaign on behalf of those individuals, because the reality is those debts should be wiped, quite frankly, taking account of the families that they're actually in that situation.
Yeah, and I think it is really important to highlight that. And we would feel now that the level is too low. The £151 is too low. I mean, 13 hours at the national living wage is not very much to allow people to work. So we would feel that it needs raised, and we would say sort of 21 hours would be a better level. But also, yeah, that it needs a taper in there. And then the whole issue about systems talking to each other, the actual onus is on the carers to report any change in their circumstances. And what they're falling foul of is really simple things like they've maybe worked a few additional hours per week, thinking that they're doing a good thing, they're bringing a bit of more money into the family, and that actually knocks them over the limit. But no one tells them that month that they do it, that they've gone over the limit. So then they accrue these debts over time and find out that they're suddenly being asked to pay really quite large sums back, you know, thousands of pounds back, that they have no way of doing. And it is of concern because when we ask these questions for the Department for Communities, we're told that what they're going to do about it is they're going to raise awareness a bit more. But it needs to be much more than raising awareness. It needs to be about systems talking to each other and about those overpayments being identified really quickly and notifying carers about them.
Thank you.
We have a hand up from Bridget Rogers. Bridget, you want to come in?
Hello. Hi. I have been through all sides of this current, the current. I just got the CARES allowance and then I got a job and then I couldn't do that. And to be honest, what I'm finding most at the minute, the hardest thing is I try to help look after my brother with MS and his complex needs. But I find that not talking between the systems, potentially a staffing issue within the trust, that I feel more afloat now than ever. I used to have, you know, social workers that I could contact that could help me, and now they're drowned, I presume, in work, that they can't get back to me. You know, they can't give me the support that I need. And we've took on the direct payments as a way to get CARES in, because my brother was stuck in hospital for months with no care, and we couldn't get him out. The trust don't have a way to sign off people. We needed people to administer megs through a peg. Now, I'm being told this is a regional wide decision. I've been through this 4 or 5 years ago, and I'm back in the same position where I need people to administer meds and I can't get a nurse to do it. And because it's a medical task, I need medical people to sign off, and the trust don't even have to me, well, she said regional wide. I wasn't sure whether she meant the trust or Northern Ireland wide. The community nursing team aren't willing or able to sign off on the care, and because they're not probably getting the legal advice they need, I feel like they are potentially afraid of liability. And you know, and I'm trying to mediate that myself as a sister who works full time, you know, and to help my elderly parents look after my brother. And it is a minefield, and plenty of times I have to go to politicians, and to be honest, I've never used CARES NI, which is probably a support that I was missing out on. I do a lot of things with Centre Independent Living. They're great with me and get lots of help from them. But yeah, and they're definitely forgotten about. Once someone takes up that role, and they're taking up roles that are government roles, you know, families are taking up government roles. Like I'm talking between trusts because my brother's in Musgrave and he's at home in Southeastern Trust. I'm negotiating between them, and you know, I find that if I ring up somebody and I don't get an answer that I like, I ring a different person, because every single person I ring gives me a different answer for the same question. Things like that. It's just, you know, it is a minefield, and the amount of time that I spend, it could be a full-time job for me, you know, advocating for my brother and his needs and helping the other brother who lives with him and cares for him and works full-time and does his meds 4 times a day, deals with CARES 4 times a day, deals with nurses, you know, like the two of us could be fully employed full time, you know, for that. And then the sister who does the employee, she's the employer for the direct payments, and she could potentially have, you know, at least a part-time role there as well. And they're all trust roles, I think, that, you know, are being pushed onto families who also have full-time jobs, but that ends up in our mental health declining, and you know, all of us mentally breaking, you know, and but not getting any, or years later still doing this, 5 years later repeating the same thing again, needing a car trained, who's going to do it, you know, fighting and fighting and fighting. it's hard work, I have to say. And I haven't, and could maybe reach out to Curge and I now. I never even thought. I know you do a lot of work. I read the research that they're putting out there, and yeah, it's interesting. I'm very intrigued. And it is helpful and useful to know that someone's doing it on a bigger scale. You know, I'm fighting my own battle, but yous are doing it for CARES and for people who tend to just get quiet and get on with it, and they don't even have time to fight it. They just have to do it. That's it. It's tough.
Yeah, I think that raises so many issues there, Bridget, but for unpaid carers. Certainly the deficiencies in our social care system are huge at the moment, and that unmet need definitely is falling on the shoulders of unpaid carers, and they're being asked to take on more and more. And as you said, often at the expense of their own health and well-being. And they get very little support to have any sort of breaks or respite, or actually to enable them to go out of the house to do things for their own health and well-being. And the other thing that you mentioned there was the self-directed payments, which are really, really good for some people, but for others, really difficult because they can't actually find someone to employ, or they get all tangled up in the whole mess of trying to be an employer and how they're going to deal with the tax and the holidays and how they're going to deal with all that, as well as the caring role that they're providing. So certainly lots of things there.
Good work, thank you.
So thanks so much. Before I introduce my monarchs, can I remind you that voting closes for the Health and Safety Committee closes at 12:30. So it's 10 minutes. I haven't already done so. Could you vote now or forever hold your peace? So we're moving on now to Marie McManus, who's from Advice NI, and she's also the regional manager of Living Wage in Northern Ireland. It's based in Advice NI, the Foundation's accreditation partner in NI Living Wage. Was launched in June 2024. It aims to raise awareness of the real living wage and to accredit employers as living wage employers. Mary's building the success of the Living Wage for East Belfast campaign, which she coordinated between 2022 and 2024, and she's over 20 years experience in working to achieve social justice in the welfare rights sector. Mary, over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much, NIPSA, for the invitation to present today. As my introduction has just said from Marty, that I am based in Advice NI. I'm the regional manager for Living Wage NI. We are a franchise of the Living Wage Foundation in London, and we launched in June 2024. But just, I'll come on to that in a little, but just to give you a bit of background on the Living Wage movement. It began 23 years ago. It all began at a very grassroots level in the East London Communities Organisation, TALCO, at an assembly in Bethnal Green, when community leaders listened to the people in their community who were saying that the biggest issue for them was low paid work. Almost 23 years on from that meeting, there's over 20, well, I'll bring it to this. The movement has now over 15,000 living wage employers. It's put 3 billion back into the pockets of low paid workers and lifted nearly 500,000 people onto the living wage, onto the real living wage. So in the stats for this region are, there's over 4,000. Tomorrow, the living wage goes up. The new rates of the real living wage will be announced tomorrow. And in this region, that means that over 4,200 people will get a pay rise. And since with the living wage accreditations in Northern Ireland, it has put 12 million back into the pockets of low paid workers. So the real living wage is different to the government's minimum wage. It is a higher voluntary rate that is independently calculated on the actual cost of living. It covers not only the basics like rent, food, childcare, but also financial emergencies and really important items like a family holiday or presents for children. It is overseen, it's calculated by the Resolution Foundation for the Living Wage Commission, which is made up of living wage employers, trade unions, civil society, and independent experts. These are the current UK wage rates. And as I said, look out tomorrow for the new rate of the real living wage. The real living wage has been £12 since October last year. one of the main difference between the government minimum wages is minimum wage rates is that the real living wage is paid to all those 18 and above. So in order to become an accredited living wage employer, accredited living wage employers need to pay all directly employed staff the living wage, and they also have to have a plan in place to roll the living wage out across third-party contracts as they come up for renewal. And this, if it's a public sector organisation like a council or a university, this could be over 2 or 3 years. The living wage applies to people who deliver services on the premises like catering, cleaning and security. So anyone who provides a service to a living wage to an employer for 2 hours a week for 8 consecutive weeks, they also come under the living wage accreditation. And there's a fee starting at £69 plus VAT per year for employees for businesses with 10 employees and below, and then it goes up after that depending on the number of employees. These were the accreditations across the UK as of yesterday. So we had 114 here, 15,542 in total, and across the UK, and that's the breakdown, as you can see, across the devolved nations. As you can see, we're lagging very much behind here, but that's because until June this year, we did not have a presence on the ground promoting and raising awareness of the living wage, speaking to local employers about it, and accrediting local employers. Scotland started on this journey in 2014, and as you can see from those figures, the impact that it's had on Scotland. And what is even more clear about the impact is, and the reason for Living Wage NI, the reason we're doing this, it's to take an upstream approach to poverty. This is very much about trying to do something about in-work poverty, and I don't need to make the case on that given the presentations this morning about the impact of low paid work on people in this country. So when I started looking at this some years ago, I was actually really shocked. I used to manage East Belfast Independent Advice Centre, which we signed up as a living wage employer in 2018. And it wasn't until I started doing some research on community wealth building that I realised that there was such a disparity with all the other nations, and also that we had the highest rate. Until 2 years ago, we had the highest rate of employees paid below the living wage in the UK. And that was a record that we had held for all the years that the Living Wage Foundation had been producing reports. Last year, we weren't the highest. In 2022, we weren't the highest, but we were very close to it. And last year, again, we weren't the highest, but we were 0.3% off being the highest. Now, as you can see, Scotland tie with the southeast of England in, I believe, where's the southeast of England? Yeah, they do. They tie with the southeast of England in terms of people, the least people paid below the living wage in the UK. Now, one of the things I also discovered when I started looking at this was that there wasn't really a breakdown across the north with regard to the living wage. So I asked for a breakdown from NIPSA, and this was the breakdown. So you can see it does differ by council. And there's new data due out next week. The ASH data is due out on the 29th of October. So we'll get to see the confirmed rates for 2023 and the provisional rates for 2024 next week. So as you can see, it goes as high as 20% in Causeway Coast and Glens, Mid-Ulster, and Belfast is even sitting at almost 20% of workers paid below the living wage. And really, this ties very much in with the presentations this morning. This is by gender. And as you can see, 18% of women overall don't get a living wage here compared to 13.2% of men. But that is as high as 25.4% in Derry City and Strabane council area and 25.3% in Mid and East Antrim. And again, and this ties in with the gender as well. If we look at full-time versus part-time work, 29.5% of part-time jobs are below the living wage compared to 10.1% of full-time. And you can see for some areas that's as high as almost 40% in Derry City and Strabane at 39%. And there's quite a few there in over 30% of part-time jobs not getting the living wage. We heard a lot this morning. I'm not going to dwell too much on this, but recent research that was published last week on life on low pay by the Living Wage Foundation found that 42% of workers earning below the real living wage had less than £10 left after paying for their essentials, and 2 in 5 workers below the real living wage had used the food bank in the last year, with 28% using them at least once a month. So the living wage has very much been a missing piece of anti-poverty work in Northern Ireland, and it's very much part of anti-poverty work elsewhere. For example, the Living Wage Scotland sits in the Poverty Alliance, and the Greater Manchester Poverty Action Group, which is now called Resolve Poverty, the Living Wage campaign, and making Greater Manchester Combined Authority a living wage place is very much part of the agenda. So, as I said in the introduction, this started out as a campaign in East Belfast, where I worked for over 20 years. I did a living wage campaign on behalf of the Scaffolding Project, which was an anti-poverty project. It was aimed at doing something a bit more upstream about poverty and trying to resolve poverty. So that was our Living Wage Week celebration last year. We celebrated a number of firsts. The first, Belfast City Council were the first council to accredit last year. The Community Foundation signed up last year, NIPSA signed up, and at the end of last year we had the first university sign up as well, with Ulster University becoming an accredited living wage employer. And these are all huge milestones for the living wage movement. If we go along to this year, we've had Queen's sign up. We've had, since we launched in June, we've had the first credit union sign up, the first childcare provider, the first food bank recently. We've had manufacturing industries, or representatives of the quite a few in the manufacturing industry sign up. And this is a screenshot of all the living wage employers in Northern Ireland, but you can go on the Living Wage Foundation's website and check out who pays it, or who has accredited. The breakdown last week was 52% private sector, 40% community and voluntary sector, and 80% public sector. It's a huge learning experience for me to speak with employers about why they sign up. Their reasons are that quite often it's a value-driven decision. They want to do something about due to the cost of living crisis. They want to ensure that their workers are receiving a fair wage. For others, it could be to do with sustainability. It's also something that's beginning to come through more and more in tender documents, where companies are being asked if they pay the living wage. This is also true of grants as well, where trusts and foundations across the water who are signed up to the living wage funder programme are asking that in order to receive a grant that you pay the living wage. This is the spread of living wage employers. Now, this is more than the 100, it's actually we're 116 as of this morning here. But some of those, on the living wage map, some of those are employers that are not headquartered here, like Nationwide Building Society, Santander, IKEA, who are headquartered elsewhere but have premises here. But the 116 that I quote to you, those are employers who are headquartered here. So employers aren't, with the living wage, it's good for workers, it's good for employers, and it's good for society. And businesses who are part of the living wage network report that it has enhanced their reputation as an employer, it has improved relations between staff and managers, it has improved retention, it has cut down on training and recruitment costs. So it's a really good business decision, employers find. There's a number of different schemes offered by the Living Wage Foundation. There's a Living Wage Places as well, which is where cities and places work together to become a living wage place, usually driven by the council in each area. We don't have a living wage place initiative driven by a council here, but we do have one by the Linen Quarter Business Improvement District, who last year launched an incentive scheme where they will pay the first year's fees for any any levy payer in their bid area who will sign up as a living wage employer. There's also a number of other accreditations. As I said, there's the living wage funders. There's 82 funders across the water, which also includes some local councils like there's 5 boroughs of London boroughs who are signed up as living wage funders, which means when they award a grant, they want to see that the grant recipients are paying the living wage. There's also a living hours accreditation, there's a living pensions accreditation, and a recognised service provider accreditation. But this is all down the line. Living Wage NI, as I said, just launched in June. We brought in, I have a colleague now who's working with me, a living wage programme officer. So really we're about driving living wage accreditation across Northern Ireland. So how do you become a living wage employer? You pay all your the real living wage to all directly employed staff, have a plan in place to pay your contractors a living wage, and complete the application form online and pay the fee. I'm delighted to say there's 31 trade unions signed up as living wage employers. So you're all invited to Living Wage Week, NI's first ever Living Wage Week celebration, and perhaps I could share this with yourselves, and I can send a link and then it can be shared with all the people attending today. So you can come along to one of these events to hear more about the living wage and hear from living wage employers. We have one in Belfast on 5th of November, and we have one in Cookstown on Friday the 8th of November. So I would just urge you all to get behind us, and if your organisation isn't already signed up as a living wage employer, please join the movement, and let's have this make an impact on low pay here and improve some of the situations for people that we were talking about this morning. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Mary. The work that you've done and continue doing this here has been invaluable, although given the lack of numbers of living wage accreditation, it's obvious it still remains a lot of work to be done this area, but I'm sure our committee will attend in person those we living wage.
Your committee, what, sorry?
I'm sure our committee would like to go along to living wage sessions in Bedford. Right,
yes, please do come along. Yeah, and can I just say that since I started doing this work in 2 years, just over 2 years ago, in the summer of 2022, there were about 50 accredited employers then. There's now 116, and there is what I find is that there is an appetite for this. Many employers just haven't heard of it, and so the more we can get the word out, the more the more we have signed up, the more that are sharing the fact that they're a living wage employer, that are, displaying, the logo, the living wage employer logo proudly, the more impact that we can have.
There's my wee thing that in the chat asking if we could have both yours and Mary's presentations emailed, if that's at all possible. Catherine, could you do that, do you think?
Yeah, I'd look to ensure that information is shared or otherwise in terms of and some mechanisms so that everybody can see those, and we'll get them accessed. Yeah, I'll pick it up with you and yourself and Paul after this, Marty.
Thanks, Catherine. I don't see any hands and I don't see anything in the chat. Were we content in the break for lunch, or Paul, do you want to ask a question? It's not like you not to ask a question.
You're handing back over there, Marty.
Yes, wasn't it good there?
Thank you, Marty. Thank you and thank you to all the presenters. So yes, we've reached now 12:36. The ballot is now closed. Okay. There were a few people having few difficulties, but I think all difficulties have been resolved. So I understand that everyone has been able to vote in the ballot. So that is now closed. Okay. Results of the ballot will be at 2:45 p.m. or thereabouts, depending on the order of running in the afternoon. And at this point, I would like to welcome everyone to take a break now and have their lunch break, and to come back at 1:30 to move to the second part of the day, where we have the panel discussing the crisis in mental health and work-related stress. So we look forward to listening to those presenters, and we thank the presenters that have gone before. Okay, so see you all later at 1:30. Okay, thank you. Hello, colleagues and panel members. Welcome back from lunch. And we move on to the second panel session this afternoon. You have an outline there of this afternoon's panel session. During the first panel debate, the speakers shared with us the societal and economic factors that are having a negative impact on mental well-being and mental health of workers, carers and their families. In this afternoon session, we shall hear speakers share with us risk factors in the workplace that impact on our mental health and well-being at work and compound the already significant stressors that workers and family members are experiencing. We shall hear from HSE&I on the importance and indeed the duty of employers to assess and manage stress risk factors in the workplace and learn what safety reps can do to support members and press for employers to fulfill their duty to assess and manage psychosocial risks at work. Our last speaker will speak on the case for psychiatric injury at work and the employer's duty to control the risk of this injury. So I'll call on our first speaker, Selena Casey of HSE&I. I'll give you a little bit of background on Selena. Selena Casey is a mental wellbeing work advisor at HSE&I, and Selena specializes in supporting organizations in risk assessing psychological factors, including work-related stress, to cultivate a positive and a healthy work environment and raising awareness on mental wellness in the workplace. The Mental Wellbeing at Work Advisory Service is a small, dedicated team of advisors who provide advice, guidance, workshops, webinars, and support on how to control the risks associated with work-related stress using the HSE&I management standards approach. The management standards focus on organizational level issues rather than individual cases. So Selena will be speaking on supporting members, what employers and reps can do, and the application of the management standards. Okay, Selena, I'll hand over to you.
Thank you, Paul. I'm just checking that you can hear me okay, yeah?
That's fine, Selena. Hear you and see you.
Thank you so much, Paul. And firstly, I would just like to say thank you so much for inviting ourselves over from HSE&I today. It was really interesting to hear some of the amazing work that's being done in the first half of this conference. And I guess so much more still to be done. From a mental well-being at work point of view, we do have a dedicated team now, albeit a small team. There's 2 of us. We're currently down to member staff. There should be 3 of us. And we are not the inspectorate side of things. So what we always try to say to organisations is that we are there to advise you and to help organisations through what they can actually do to try and prevent work-related stress, because as we know, whenever we get a sick line and somebody's off in work-related stress, it's very rarely a short-term illness, and it's something that we do need to be taken very seriously. So I have a few slides just to go through what mainly we do within the Health and Safety Executive, and also how we can help you guys to help your staff, if you like. I'm just checking, can somebody give me a thumbs up to say that they can see the slides there okay? Yeah, okay, excellent. Right, so as Paul said, my name's Selena Casey, work in the Mental Wellbeing at Work Advisory Team. We do not enforce at this point in Northern Ireland for psychological risks like work-related stress. We're not at the point where we're sending inspectors in to organisations. Now, HSE and GB are starting to look at those routes very slowly, and I think we generally follow suit with HSE, GB, and I would imagine in the near future or in the next few years, it will be something that we'll be looking at. And from a personal point of view, I feel that we should be looking at it. So What is the point of managing work-related stress? So there are a number of different reasons, and the 3 reasons that we mainly go into within the mental wellbeing at work advisory team are the legal, moral, and financial reasons for why you should be managing work-related stress, or why any organisation should be. So the first 2 are the legal implications. So the Health and Safety at Work NI Order 1978 and the Management of Health and Safety at Work Regs NI 2000 both state that employers have a duty of care to look after their staff. And that doesn't just mean the physical side of the health and safety, it also means the psychological side of things. So you are legally bound to look after your staff while they are at work. You have a duty of care to make sure that psychologically they are okay. So morally, why as an organisation should you have morally be looking after the mental well-being of your staff? Well, there's links between stress and pre-existing medical conditions. So if you have a member of staff who maybe has high blood pressure or even cancer or like any kind of pre-medical condition, we know that stress exacerbates these things, and morally we don't want our staff to be that way. A big thing that we are seeing coming through is poor coping strategies. And when we talk about poor coping strategies, we're talking about things that have a negative impact on your life. So I know so many people who quite flippantly will say, I've had a terrible day at work, I'm going to have a glass of wine or a bottle of wine tonight. And I am in no way anti-alcohol at all. But what tends to happen is one glass of wine will then result in 3 weeks' time, maybe a bottle of wine, which could then has an awful vicious circle of then the next day you're getting up and feeling groggy, and are you actually fit to be in work, and your stress has become even more. And not only alcohol and drugs, but things like online shopping. I know of so many women who, well, probably men as well, who whenever they're feeling extremely stressed, the first thing they will do is go on online shopping, and that in itself is can have huge issues on your mental well-being, because that will lead to financial pressures. And we know that whenever we talked earlier about financial pressures, whenever people are financially strained, stress becomes even worse. So it's a very much a vicious circle whenever your coping strategies are poor, like alcohol, drugs, even sometimes like exercise obviously is very good for your mental health, but whenever it goes to the extremes, whenever you're absolutely exhausted at work the next day, or if that can become a poor coping strategy as well. So it's looking out for a lot of things like that with your staff. And again, morally, we have a duty of care to our staff. We need to be looking after people. We don't probably, I'm sure most people on here will not be wanting their members of staff to be off with work-related stress. Because we do have that duty of care to them. And then the financial and business reasons. So it costs you a lot of money. It costs organisations a lot of money every single year to be paying out for people who are off with work-related stress or psychological illnesses like depression, anxiety. In fact, 17.1 million working days were lost between 2023 and 2024. Now, we get all our stats from the Labour Market Survey. This is not Northern Ireland specific, it's UK specific, but we are working with NIPSA to try and get more Northern Ireland wide ones, which has proven to be more difficult than what we thought it was going to be, but there is quite a bit of work involved in it. So from 2018 to 2019, that figure was actually 15.4 working days were lost. So we're increasing quite a bit over a relatively short period of time. Used to be that one of the biggest workplace health hazards were like back conditions. Now 51% of all work-related illnesses are because of work-related stress, anxiety, or depression. And the other thing financially, business-wise, that we look at, and we're seeing huge rates of it coming through at the moment, is presenteeism. So not actually having the stats of people who are off work, but people who are coming into work and probably shouldn't be in work because of stress. So, and I think this is something that's become definitely more evident since the pandemic, and people have been job sharing or have been working from home or have had hybrid working, where it's very easy for me to just switch on a laptop if I'm not feeling 100%. My line manager's probably never going to suss out that I'm feeling that way unless unless you're in the office on some occasions. But presenteeism is where we show up to our work. And if we are in a state of being highly stressed or having work-related stress, are we fully focused and doing the best job that we can possibly do? Probably not. And that has a massive financial implication as well for organisations who are trying to manage this kind of thing. So so what are these management standards that I'm talking about? So everything that ourselves within HSE and within the Mental Wellbeing at Work advisory team do is based on these 6 management standards. And the reason we base everything on these 6 management standards is because we know they work. They have been around for many years. They've been tried and tested by teams of occupational psychologists, workplace experts, over in GB, and we know that if these 6 management standards are managed correctly, that the chances of work-related stress are a lot less likely. So the management standards are a set of conditions that, if managed correctly in organisations, can reflect high levels of health and well-being and organisational performance. So what are they? So the 6 areas that we would look at as a whole whenever we go into an organisation to work with an organisation are demands, which is where we look at workload, deadlines, work scheduling, the environment, and demands. I know in the public sector can be very, very high. In fact, we've done some work recently where the demands are just almost very difficult to control at this stage. So then the next one is control. So how much control do you have over the work you do? And the questions that we look at around this are things like, can you decide when you can take a break? Do you feel you have a say in the work you do? Do you feel you have some say over the way you did your work? So things like that. So your decision authority, autonomy, and what kind of interruptions are you getting throughout your working day that's allowing you to complete those demands? The next one we're looking at is support. So this kind of, whenever we do the work that we do with organisations, this is kind of broken into 2 different areas. So we're looking at managerial support and also peer support. So whenever we look at the managerial side of things, we're looking at like, what feedback are you getting from your manager? Can you rely on your manager? Can you talk to your manager if there's something that's bothering you at work? And then there is peer support, things like, did you feel your colleagues could help you if work became difficult? Do you feel that you're respected at work? Or do you get the respect you deserve from your colleagues? So there's a number of questions that we would issue out to staff, but I'll talk a wee bit more about that after we talk about the management standards. So relationships, this is one that is massive in the workplace. Now we do look at the relationship side of things. Labour Relations Agency are also fabulous at looking at this side of things, and probably have more resources to look at the individual cases. We don't actually look at that, but we look at relationships, so interpersonal conflict or bullying and harassment in the workplace. And that is the one thing, whenever we do our survey with organisations, that if this comes back at all, that there's any signs of bullying and harassment, it is investigated. It's not investigated by an inspector, it's investigated by ourselves within the Mental Wellbeing at Work advisory team. Questions are asked around it and things are put in place to try and deal with it. We don't take this lightly whenever we see this coming through on a report. So then the next of the 5th of the 6 standards is roles. So what is your role? Do you know what your role is? Do you have a current job description? Is there ambiguity around your role? Is there conflict around what you should be doing and what is expected of you? And is any other duties part of your job description used a lot? And that's the kind of things that we're asking whenever we send out our survey. And then the last of the 6 management standards is change. So how is change managed in the places that you work? So what we look at is, we always say, like, not many of us really like change. Some of us are quite frightened of it, actually. But change isn't always a bad thing, and sometimes it has to happen. Probably 20 years ago, whenever I first started my career in the civil service, we weren't even using computers. Like 24 years ago, we weren't using computers. Everything was manual. And if somebody had said that today we'd be using computers, we probably wouldn't have believed it. But that is a change that has probably worked for the better. How are those changes communicate? Do you speak to your staff about these things? or our staff only informed at the last minute, we're doing this and we have to do this, and that's it. I think sometimes whenever we communicate change the right way, when we consult with the right people, the staff on the lower level are a lot more accepting of it. So why bother with the management standards as an organisation? What is the point of using these? Well, we know that they deal with work-related stress and they deal with it at an organisational level. So what myself and my colleague Sarah would do is we will meet with senior management to get senior management buy-in of running the full process that we run. And then we will meet with people on the ground floor. We will get a general gist of what is happening within the organisation. So our focus is on prevention. We believe that prevention is better than cure. There are 3 different stages of interventions when it comes to work-related stress: primary, secondary, and tertiary. We believe that what we do is primary intervention, where we get in at the very beginning, or we get in and try and eradicate through the 6 management standards the areas that could potentially affect people and make them go off with work-related stress. There are other secondary and tertiary interventions like the likes of mental health first aid, and all those things are brilliant, and we believe that like a full 360 approach of each of those interventions is needed. But a lot of the time those interventions are very costly, and like the likes of counselling, etc., for like rehab for getting people back to work, those things are costly, whereas we believe if we get in at the beginning, there's less, we've more of a chance of trying to prevent people going off. And we do that through the risk assessment approach, which we'll talk about now in a second. We control risk at source. So from the very beginning, we highlight those 6 areas and we try to look at the risk or what your people are telling us. We promote active discussion through our focus groups. So I'll talk a bit more about the process, but we will then implement focus groups after we do the 35 question survey. We benchmark performance and it is recognised as a best practice approach for organisations. There are organisations out there that have their own version of this, and that is brilliant. And we would very much encourage people to use that. It is a free tool, it's simple and easy to use, and I think there's a lot of people out there, a lot of organisations out there that didn't even know that this was available. I certainly came to the Mental Wellbeing at Work advisory team in 2020 from the civil service for many, many years and wasn't aware that this was available. But it is available, it's free. We are here to guide you through the process. In some situations, if we have the resources available, we will do the process for you. We can host your survey, we can do the focus groups, and we are there to handhold you the whole way through the process. Like I said at the beginning, we are not enforcers. We don't like to see ourselves as somebody that's coming in to cause trouble. What we want to do is help you guys, because generally whenever people approach us, they know there's a problem. And they're at the lowest point where things can only really get better within the workplace if we put this stuff into action. So what is the process? I mean, you probably are wondering, I've talked so much about this process, what actually is it? So first and foremost, we identify the risk factors. So that is the 6 management standards. They have already been identified for us through endless amounts of work by an amazing team over in HSE in the mainland. So we look at then who can be harmed and how, and that is whenever we go into the nitty-gritty of the 6 management standards and we go through these list of questions. So how we do that is we send a 35-question survey out to all staff who are going to be participating in this. And those 35 questions are written in a certain way. They cannot be changed because they're written in that way, because that's the way the team of psychologists said they need to be written, and that's how we get the most back from your staff. So what happens then is depending on how this is done, you guys can host this 35-question survey yourselves and do it yourselves with the guidance of us if you want, or we can host it for you. So we use a site called Citizen Space, which probably a lot of you here are familiar with. We can send out the survey to your staff, and then what happens is the information will come back through to us, or you can have it that it comes back through to you. And then after that, we always see the survey as like the skeleton in this process. Then we evaluate the risks, and that's where we get the meat on the bones. And that's through talking to your staff, through focus groups. And this is where we get the real nitty-gritty of the information of what is going on within your organisation. And it's actually really interesting whenever you're sitting in a room with the staff and they're like, you know, it's actually really nice to feel that they're being heard. So on the back of that, we record our findings. We will complete a report for your management team or for the people who we've initially met with. And on the back of that, we record the findings. We make recommendations of things that could be done better, highlight the things that have been done well, and maybe make suggestions of how to continue that. And that is all part of the action planning stage. And then what will happen is we will monitor and review what has happened. So we recommend that organisations review this process every 2 years. And we're there to assist with that. So it is a 5-step process. What I would say, and I say to all the organisations we meet with, it's not a quick fix. It's not something that can be done in a few weeks. It is a long process. Like, we've been working with an organisation now for a while, and that started in March. And we're probably only going to be getting the report signed off in November. So it can take a bit of time, just by organising the survey and getting the focus groups and stuff sorted out. But it's something that we know that whenever this is managed, you should see a reduction in people going off with work-related stress. So what are the benefits of using the management standards approach? So it demonstrates good practice through a step-by-step risk assessment approach. It allows assessment of the current situation using surveys and the other techniques that I've talked about. And it promotes active discussion and working in partnership with employees to help decide on practical improvements that can be made. Now, these, in my experience of running focus groups and in doing these surveys, staff very much appreciate that management are actually sitting up and saying, right, okay, we're going to try and do whatever we can do here to make the workplace the best possible place that you can be working in. And I think whenever they see the likes of the regulator like HSE and I coming in, it shows a level of seriousness that workplace mental health has been taken by senior managers, which is, in my opinion, always a positive. So it's an excellent staff engagement tool. So it's a really good way of hearing your staff, letting them have their say and letting them feel that they've been heard. So all in all, there are quite a few benefits to using this approach. So our approach as a whole, the full process aside, HSE and I will provide advice, guidance and support to you guys. We have a team of staff qualified in stress management delivery. So it's myself, Sarah, and another person who will be joining us hopefully in the next few months. We very much work collaboratively and in partnership with the organisations we work with. We come in with a goal of making sure that we eliminate work-related stress and try and help you as much as we possibly can along the way. Another thing which we do is workshops. So we currently have a suite of training materials out there. So one is the organisational approach using the management standards, which is the full, how does this actually work, or what do we have to do as senior managers? There's another one, the line manager's role. So what does the line manager actually have to do in this? We developed one in the middle of lockdown called fatigue and burnout, which is something that we're getting requested quite a lot. Now, we can tailor these for different organisations if we have the numbers for a course. And then there's another one which we have actually just piloted within HSE and I over the past couple of months, and it is the employee's role. And that is very much about, as much as we would like a list, and this is something that we're continually saying, is this is not a wish list for what people would like to see happening in work, but what the employee role is about personal responsibility. What can you do to actually make yourself feel better in work? Do I need to speak up and speak to my line manager? Are there things that I can do to make things a bit easier? We've noticed for a while that there was definitely a gap in the personal responsibility side of things, which is why we have implemented the employee's role into our suite of training. So we have different sources of guidance on our website. There's one document, the document here that I would recommend the most, probably for you guys to go and have a look at as organisations, or if you are a union rep, even the Talking Toolkit is a fabulous document. It's a resource that we probably don't promote enough, and it's something that we've used to actually develop the employee role webinar that we do. Now what it is, it's a series of questions around the 6 management standards that you can bring to your manager, or your manager can bring to you. So say, for example, your member of staff you're noticing that there's maybe potential for them going off with work-related stress. What I would recommend is that you bring a Talking Toolkit into your next one-to-one with them, or your performance management review, and go through the questions in that Talking Toolkit, because what it does is it gives a voice to the employee, but also gives scope for the manager to say, right, well, here's a few things here that I might be able to put into place. And that might be looking, I don't know how viable it is to be able to start a bit later. Maybe we talked about childcare costs earlier, maybe taking children to school or something. If we would always say, if there is scope for a reasonable adjustment to try and make somebody happier within their workplace, we always try and get the managers, the directors, etc., to look at that. And that Talking Toolkit is very good, because what it does is it takes each of the management standards and pretty much asks those questions that can sometimes be quite difficult to ask. There is a link to it on our website. If you go into our website, there's a few links there. I can send these slides on to you guys if that's helpful. Again, if there's anything in this presentation, obviously I'll be here for questions as well, but if there's anything that maybe you go away today and think, actually, do you know what, I would like to have asked that, but it just wasn't the time or the place, send us an email at stress@hseni.gov.uk, and it's only Sarah or I that has access to that inbox, and we'll pick it up. So more than happy to take any questions. I'm sorry if that went on a wee bit, Paul.
Celine, that was absolutely fine. It's a very, very broad area to cover, so I think you give a very good summary of it. Maybe we'll kick the ball off here, just to give a few other people time to make a contribution. We have, in my workplace, used the management standards in terms of the personal stress risk assessment. Okay. Obviously, the primacy for us is having the organizational risk assessment, which management have been somewhat dragging their heels on, because they think it's a massive exercise. There's a lot of work involved. There's a lack of expertise. That's management's perception. Well, you've already stated here that your team, and we have done some work with your team in the past. We've met with your team, obviously, at NIPSA conferences, but I've attended some of the health and safety executive training sessions on the management standards. So introducing those for the personal stress risk assessment, initially that was being done reactively, which was a start. At least it's got our foot in the door. We have seen it to be successful in that there's a factor we haven't considered here when we talked about relationships. You see in the workplace a breakdown of relationships that go to grievances, go to dignity at work. So by using the stress management standards at an early stage, we can actually highlight some of those scenarios in the workplace, the demands, the control, support, and obviously right at the bottom is relationships. We have a role change. But when identifying those other factors, we then tend to head off, okay, or avoid or prevent then that process of a grievance procedure or a dignity at work coming to a head. So if there's early intervention there, we can look at those factors and it never reaches that stage. Now, we've seen that in a couple of scenarios. However, the situation is that the personal stress risk assessment is still being carried out reactively after a person's gone off on sickness absence. So we're working with management then to say, right, if a person is mentioning stress at work, this triggers then first of all, the Talking Toolkit, a less formal or a less formalistic approach. then when we have an indicator of a person who is really feeling under pressure, beyond pressure, where the stress is coming into play, we would then advise and work with management to conduct that personal stress risk assessment. So that's where we've got. We're going from a perhaps avoiding a confrontational situation with the formal procedures being invoked to a facilitative, okay? And that is saving a lot of energy, it's saving a lot of time, and it's saving a lot of stress.
Yeah.
Where we have not been successful, Celine, is persuading the organisation then to carry out, as you'd stated there, the most important aspect of this is in a preventative measure, in a preventative way, to carry out the organisational risk assessment using the full scale of tools, the stress indicator tool, which we've recommended to management. So that we're not at that stage yet. And what we're looking at through the NIPSA Safety Committee, we want to then understand where people are, where departments are, where non-departmental public bodies like where I work are when it comes to then their procedures for assessing and managing stress at work. So I think this is where we be tying in with you.
Yeah.
As I said, at conference there, we had a commitment then to work with HSE and I.
Yeah,
So,
and you know, like I think we are obviously we're a small team, and sounds like that. Getting those like that organizational, it is work. There's a lot of work, but it's almost like a hit we're taking now to prevent it on down the line. You know, and that's would definitely be my stance on this in relation to the talking toolkit. If I had my way, it would be something that would be introduced as standard in monthly one-to-ones. We done a worked recently with DOJ, and that's that one area within DOJ. That's what they do. They take one standard every month, and they go through the talking toolkit, and they go through it in their one-to-one, and that then forms part of the performance review. In my opinion, it's a no-brainer.
taking that down, Celine, as a suggestion here.
Very good, and it's worked really well for them.
There's one thing I noted was the 180-degree approach of line managers then getting feedback on how they've performed or how they've managed a mental well-being in the workplace. Now, we're not at that stage yet.
Yeah.
It is a sensitive one, and it takes that as a bridge too far in terms of acceptance, in terms of management. So, well, look, Celine, I'm going to be in touch with you anyway at a later date.
Okay, great. Well, thank you.
Following on from conference, but I can see some hands. I think Brendan Callan. Brendan, you had your hand up there.
Hi, Selena, can you hear me?
I can indeed, Brendan, yeah.
Hi, Selena, I just wanted to ask, right? As a health and safety rep for over 22 years and in the Irish Republic, probably a maximum 35 odd years experience with the HSE down south and HSE up here.
Okay.
When information is required, or, we seek information, obviously you'll give us the information, but how can that same information be given to management and be misconstrued as a different interpretation by the same individual from HSE as being inspectors? Nowadays type of thing, people find it very, very hard to talk to their manager. So they'll come to their health and safety rep, such as Paul, myself, or many other people here on board. But stress is one thing, but it's the environment, as you pointed out in your presentation there, the environment that we're working in, type of thing, spacing, etc., all that type of thing. And management frown when the word stress comes in. But the main question is, how do we deal with? We're getting the same information, the legislation, etc., that's in place, duty of care, that's it. But yet, management misconstrue that information and then they plow ahead with the limited amount. How as individuals can we deal with that? We've got the information off you, we go forward ahead with it, and then all of a sudden we come up and face a brick wall, if you know what I mean.
I know exactly what you mean, Brendan, and unfortunately, the situation that you describe is not standalone. And it's something that we would see a lot of the time. We are there in an advisory capacity to say to the senior managers at the organizational level, where we will say, now quite recently we've had a conversation with senior managers about, look, something has come up in focus groups here. We need you to take action ASAP. This is not negotiable. Now, that was the first for us here in Northern Ireland to do that. What I would say on that is, what I would like to see happening is for our inspectors to be involved in that, and for there to be, because stress isn't writ or reportable, it's very, very difficult for our inspectors to become involved in a work-related stress incident. However, as I said at the very beginning of the group, there are moves being made in GB in relation to inspectors starting to investigate stress cases. So I get what you're saying, Brendan. So we tell you what we see in our report. You guys see it from our end, what we're seeing. Management see the minimum, what they need to do. Yeah. And you know, what is the answer to that? I actually don't know what the answer is to that, because all we can do from our end is bring it to their attention and hope that they will act on it. Normally, whenever we first meet with the higher levels at an organizational level, we get their assurances that, you know what, no matter what comes out of this report, you will take action. And then what happens is we get feedback the odd time from people that'll say, well, nothing's actually happened on the back of that report, and because we're not enforcers, we can't make them take action. All we can do is advise. So
okay. Thank you.
I apologize that I'm not actually answering your question, but we have come up against this.
No, you have.
Tina, can I just come in on that one? Tina, you've made a contribution there, a written contribution. I think it was in the vein of the discussion, the latter part of your discussion about stress as a workplace incident. Can advice be provided regarding recording of work-related stress in the accident book? And is this being ignored by the departments? Maybe to come in on that one, we have a speaker later on in the day. We have Tanya Waterworth of McCartan, Turton and Breen talking about psychiatric injury and then what constitutes a psychiatric injury. I don't want to steal Tanya's thunder in this one, but Tina, if we could come back to your question after Tanya speaks in relation to what constitutes a psychiatric injury at work. Would you be happy with that, Tina, that stage? So, yeah, okay, got that. Next, we have Simon Boyle. Then Simon has raised his hand.
Hello, can you hear me, Selena?
I can, Simon, yeah.
Yeah. We were fortunate enough to, as an organisation, to carry out the full survey 1917-18, and then when we were due to have a new survey, a slight problem like COVID came along and disrupted it. Mm-hmm. But my question is, the results that we got from that survey and the way it was carried out, if a similar survey was carried out now, would they be able to match up the answers now very easily to the answers we got in
a comparison?
Yeah.
So was it us? Was it HSENI that done the survey?
It was your survey. It was an outside independent body.
Yeah, we should be able to compare those. Generally, if we have hosted the survey, we have all that on record here, so we should be able to go back and have a look at that and see what way things have compared. We've done that actually recently with an organisation.
Yeah, well, one of the problems that I have with management is saying they want to change the questions to take in, more well-being issues. Mm-hmm. We're saying as a union, the well-being issues are catered for within the questions.
Yeah, we don't actually. This question came up quite recently with an organisation that we work with, and they were quite keen on getting a question. It just would have meant there would have been a negative response to the question, and we went back to HSE and GB who have written these questions. They're like, absolutely no way. These questions are written in a way that we get the full response, but the indicator tool gives us the full analysis that we need, so we wouldn't be changing them.
That's great. I appreciate it. That statement alone gives me a lot of confidence to go back to management
Yeah.
and say, sort of the question.
It just wouldn't even be negotiable, Simon. We wouldn't be discussing that. No.
Thank you very much for your response.
No worries.
See Helena McSherry's got her hand up. Helena, can you?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay,
thank you for your presentation, Celine, and it sort of links into this morning's presentation because I'm dealing with one issue tomorrow and it's work-related stress, and it's due to their person's caring responsibilities. Never had been an issue beforehand, but management side gave less than 24 hours notice to a member of staff to change her working hours. And this has caused stress in the person actually off on long-term sick over it. The job says hours, but it doesn't say times within this particular job, within the education sector of it all. But it has caused an issue because the person had caring responsibilities at a specific time, which her work never interfered in, but now her work is interfering in it. So some of the tips I've learned from this morning on your presentation I'll be taking on, but if you have any tips addressing with management side tomorrow in this meeting.
I just wonder what would be so urgent that needs to be changed in, say, 24 hours without giving, like, I mean, if that was something that was coming back on a survey to us, we would definitely be flagging up, like, what is so urgent that this needs to change within 24 hours, and is it a necessity? Like, is there a necessity behind?
Well, the type of job is to meet the needs of the service. But they didn't take into consideration her personal circumstances, and they just unilaterally changed her working conditions to suit them without any conversation with her or understanding. And at the moment, their line is, you work for us, you'll work out your hours. And the poor lady can't.
Yeah, and you know what? Like, on a personal level, I've been in that situation in the past myself where I was a carer, and thankfully, our work were very, like, HSE, very, very supportive. Previously, before that, not so much so, and that can be enough to drive you out of work. I know that, like, it really is. But Helena, if I was meeting with those managers tomorrow, I would be definitely arguing the point that this lady has caring duties. Has she anything official in writing to say that has been taken into account?
No, because she'd never informed them beforehand. And when she was notified of this change, she told them she couldn't do it. She put something in place to not let down the service for a week and raised the issue with them that she can't do these hours because of personal circumstances. So she's now off work for a period of time, now 2 months basically off work. But due to this, she's able to go to work, but stress is causing her out that she can't do her afternoon activity. But that's the work the area we work in.
Hello, Celine. I think we've lost you. Is the connection my end or?
No, I think we've lost Celine.
I think everybody's lost Celine.
But thanks anyway, Paul.
Much appreciated. Just if I could come in with what Helena was stating there, one of the biggest increases that we have seen in work-related stress cases has been to do with the facilities and the management of scenarios where people have caring responsibilities and are requesting flexible working and leave, and also with regard to reasonable adjustments in the workplace for persons who have been essentially disabled by the workplace, where those adjustments have not been put in place. So they are our two peak frequencies of work-related stress. Obviously, we've got relationships, demands, control, and all that. But to back up what, or to validate what Helena was saying, this is an issue, and it's an emerging issue in the workplace. So I don't see any more hands up. With that, can we move on to the next speaker after thanking Selena? I hope she can hear us, for an excellent talk, and then raising a lot of debate, a lot of discussion, a lot of engagement. So much appreciated, Selena, and I'll be in contact with you outside of this forum. So next we have Janet Newsham of Manchester Hazards. Janet is no stranger to our conferences, and Janet has provided, through her work with the UK Hazards Campaign and coordinator of the Greater Manchester Hazards Centre, has produced some invaluable information and advice for us, for the Safety Committee and for NIPSA safety reps. So to give you some background on Janet, as I said, Janet is the acting chair of UK Hazards Campaign, an organiser of UK Hazards Conference, and the coordinator of the Greater Manchester Hazards Centre. Janet previously worked for the UCU on the ULF project and was employed as a lecturer in trade union education at Manchester and Preston colleges. She's been a trade union activist for nearly 40 years, branch officer and workplace representative, and served on the union's executive committee. She's also been a lay member on the employment tribunals in Manchester for 20 years. Janet will be making a presentation on unsafe staffing levels. This comes at a time when NIPSA has announced 3 days of strike action this week, starting tomorrow, involving members working in children's social work across Gateway and family support and intervention teams within Northern Ireland and Social Care Trust. So this shows you the relevance and the currency of Janet's talk today. Okay, Janet, I'll pass over to you.
Thank you very much, and it's really good to be here. Thank you for inviting me to join you today. And can I put on record our best wishes to Geraldine in her retirement as well, and also the solidarity for your dispute, 3 days dispute, and hopefully that'll get resolved. We're an organisation that advises workers and supports trade unions on occupational health and safety issues. And we campaign for the government, for enforcers, the enforcement authorities, and for employers to on all things occupational health and safety. And my contribution is based on the experiences that I have in the work that I do, and the work we do with trade unions. And we talk to workers all the time who are being made ill by work, or the families of workers who have died because of work. And so I bring perhaps a different view. And we, the mental health impact of unsafe staffing levels is huge, and it's life impacting. It impacts on our health, it impacts on our colleagues' health, and it impacts on our families, and it has deadly consequences for some. So we start from this premise that when a flower doesn't bloom, you don't fix the environment in which it grows. You fix the environment in which it grows, not the flower. When we're talking about unsafe staffing levels, they are causing us untold harm in our workplace. But you don't fix it by saying to that person to work harder, to work more, to be more resilient. You fix it by fixing the environment that they're working. And we want all our employers to be the employer who lifts people up and not weighs them down, who leaves the mark on the people, not a scar, who brings out the best in people and not the stress in them. And I think that's where we'd hope our employers to be. So this obviously overlaps with some of the discussions from the other speakers, and it's really good to have heard from the HSCI speaker before, Selena. I mean, I've spoken to them at previous conferences, and they do some fantastic work. But it's a huge a huge issue for us. The World Health Organization says that risks to mental health include excessive workloads, workspace, and understaffing. So they recognise at that level how much it causes. This is another survey: excessive workload 74%, understaffing 53%, changes at work 44%, long hours, and other things like bullying and harassment that impact on it as well. So, we've got there's a huge lot of evidence that talk about the psychological harm caused to workers. And what are the causes to understaffing? Well, we could say that there's cash flow problems. We could say that there's downsizing, expanded workloads, sudden business growth, a lack of qualified candidates coming into the jobs, that it's seasonal work that's causing it, that there's productivity and business problems causing it, and it could be all those things. But the fact is that we've got a huge number of people leaving because they're working in such highly stressed environments. And work-related stress is leading to a massive high turnover. I work closely with the HE and FE sectors in the UK through UCU union. And we see workers' health spiraling. There's this it's spiraling downwards. We've got a long-term and short-term and long-term ill health as a result of it. It causes anxiety, depression, and some will just leave as a result of it. This huge number of increased admin work that they have, new ways of working. The way that HE and FE is organised. And the increased number of students that they're putting on the individual staff who've got less time to do it. They've got to be accessible all time of the day and night, and it's unrealistic the demands that they're putting on people. And some organisations, are just not bothering to look at the health consequences of it. They're not looking, and it was interesting to hear what Selena was saying, about the organisational risk assessment, the organisational level risk assessments, and we've seen some of those enforcements coming through in Great Britain, but it's slow. It's been slow. It's very slow to come through. It makes a massive difference if the HSE come in and start to enforce. And and I think that's something that really needs to be done quickly in Northern Ireland. It needs to be done quicker in the rest of Great Britain. It makes a big impact when employers have to face some consequences to the stress that they're causing. Then it certainly it gets it starts to focus their mind. And you'll hear about some of these issues, I think, in one of your next speakers. But it causes long-term ill health. And it can cause suicides. We've been working with Leeds University. One of Hilda Palmer, who's spoken at your conferences a number of times, has worked with Leeds University in producing a document, some research on suicides, work-related suicides, and the impact of work on individuals is huge. And you need to have a look at that. There's some links at the end of this. At the end of this presentation. But I think, as Rory said, we want all work-related suicides to be reportable under RIDOR. We think that mental health issues should be reportable under RIDOR as well. We want them to be reportable, we want them investigated, and we want to prevent further harm caused to other workers. And if that includes staff levels, then it includes staffing levels. Our employees must look at the harm that that's causing. This is the statistics from the HSE, which Selena mentioned before, about the long-standing cases of ill health. The nearly a million workers are suffering from work-related stress. And in the recent safety rep survey in 2023, stress is a top concern of reps. Overwork. 28% of reps see overwork as a major concern, and then we see the bullying as an impact as well. So bullying is a consequence sometimes of understaffing, because people are being put under tremendous pressure to deliver things that are just not achievable in the time available, and that's causes a massive problem for workers. So we've got what we say is that we need a more preventable look at work-related stress. I would just question. I know the talking toolkits are good, but it is confusing employers, because I know in the UK where we've got some enforcement, they're now looking at the talking toolkit, which is based on the 6 standards, and they're using that instead. And that's an individual approach. What we don't want is individual approach. Individual is after the event. You know, when people have been harmed, what we want is the preventative approach first. And so the caution I'd just say is that make sure your employers do both. You know, that they shouldn't get away with just doing one or the other. And so we want approach that talks about prevention, that talks about support for individuals, and talks about a positive working environment. I know that there's examples in the NUJ where they had one of their senior reps died by suicide while they were all in a meeting, and they were waiting for him to attend a meeting, an NUJ senior reps meeting in Scotland, and they couldn't get hold of him. They were trying to get hold of this lad, and he rang. He spoke to him before. He said he was sort of conversation was, "Oh yeah, no, I won't be at the meeting, like, you know, and thanks very much for everything that you do," sort of thing. And unfortunately, they found out soon in the middle of the meeting that he jumped off one of the bridges in Scotland. And it was all about the way that where it was being organised around the NHS. They were changing to paper. The papers were coming under pressure, and you know, there was shortage of staff in one area, and you know, no manage. You know, the way that they were being managed was wrong, and then there was bullying on top of it, and so the consequences for workers can be absolutely deadly, you know, and so that's why we need to do something about it. We can't afford to let, you know, and to let anyone else be harmed because of the way that our management are managing the situation. And it's avoidable. And what they did as a result of that, they sat down and said, look, we need to rearrange the way that work is managed. And we need to put pressure on management to change, you know, to reduce some of the workloads that we have, to say that this is the manageable number of staff to do that workload and keep them to it. And so there's some real evidence, and that absolutely changed the stress in that way in those across those different workplaces that implemented it. So we've got a lot that we need to do, a lot we can do, a lot we need to do. You know, the strategy of preventing work-related stress, it'd be brilliant if the HSC was enforcing it. I think that's the key to it. I mean, as Celine says, if they go in, then people take notice, you know, and it's about setting up stress steering groups, involving trade union reps in that, involving NIPSA reps. You know what the problems are, you know where the problems are, and you know what the solutions could be and should be. So you should be involved in the stress steering group to look at how they gather that information through the management standards, which I think are brilliant, you know, and I think they're a good tool for us to use, and we should absolutely be using them to do that stress risk assessments, and then put in place controls to eliminate those risks. We need that support. Selena talked about mental health first aiders, but also about other things, you know, disability reasonable adjustment passports, making sure there's no discrimination, and that we've got supportive occupational health services, for example. And that we then, you know, look at establishing a positive health environment, so we can actually talk to people about the concerns that we have. You know, is it flexible workspace? Is it we've not enough staff? Is it that I've not enough time to do the job? I'm on call too much, you know, that's driving people out of work, and if not worse. And you know, it's the sort of thing that the World Health Organization is talking about as well. So they talk about prevention for fatality risk. They talk about recommend management training. They talk about better ways to accommodate the needs of workers with mental health harm. But it's absolutely important, I think, that our enforcement authorities not only enforce mental health in our workplace, you know, and all the things that cause it, but also recognise that work-related suicides should be RID or reportable as well. And under our theme of we remember the dead, we absolutely must fight for the living. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet. Much appreciated. I think you've raised some very valid questions here, and one of those is that work-related death by suicide needs to be an issue for the enforcers. Regrettably, it'll come too late for that person, but if that's what we need, or that is what we need to focus our minds, our employers and the enforcers on the sheer severity of this growing epidemic, okay, in the workplace. So I like your approach there, Janet, when it comes to the very simple headings: prevent, support, and positive. That is the simplicity of it. And I think that's, if we can get that across to our reps, and if we could have some supporting information in that through the Hazards magazine. So that would be really, really, really appreciated. Again, Janet, I think you're validating what a lot of us are thinking, what a lot of us are saying here today. So it's been most invaluable. So let's see if there's anyone else has questions for you. So I don't see any questions here, but if I can ask just one question: what is the most important, or the most important things that a safety rep can do to both challenge and work with management on assessing, preventing, assessing, managing and preventing work-related stress and work-related psychiatric injury and worse in the workplace?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've been doing things like workload reps. So in UCU, have introduced a concept of a workload rep, where they actually use that role, the health and safety role, to concentrate on one thing. So they're concentrating on workload, and that obviously is impact from staffing levels and everything else around it. And as a result of that, they're going out and doing inspections just on that one issue. And then gathering that information on work and the causes, the work-related stress, etc., and taking that evidence to the employer and saying, you've got some harm being caused to members, to workers that you're involved with, and by doing that, they've managing to get some changes in the way that management are dealing with the issue. But it is about gathering evidence, isn't it? It's about doing body mapping. It's about doing surveys. It's about looking at the accident reports. And I know you mentioned before about the accident. We mentioned about the accident reports. We say it should be reportable in the accident book. And if it's not reportable in the accident book, make sure you report it on an email to management that they're causing harm, because we need to gather that information. And the HSE in Great Britain are saying that they'll not act unless it's gone through the whole procedures, the internal procedures. So we've got, and we know that they're under-resourced and understaffed, we've got to pull together a sort of portfolio of evidence of the harm that's being caused to workers. And by involving workers in all that, they're absolutely convinced that their employers need to do something about it as well. And then as a result of that, they're forcing employers to do something about it. And hopefully with the enforcement by the HSE, that'll make the difference, make them a bit more proactive in the approach that they take. And also, I think Sonny was saying before, how do we get them to hear the same message? Well, we need HSE in the same room, don't we? We need the HSE in the same room as us when we're listening to the conversations, when they're telling employers that they have to do organisational risk assessments and not just concentrate on individual risk assessments.
Excellent, Janet. I was taking lots of notes there on this one to bring back to the committee. And I think this may be the basis of a lot of our work this year. So much appreciated. And we look forward to seeing you again if you'll come back to talk to us next year. Or we'd be really, really keen to have you back.
Lovely to be here. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, there's a hand that's gone up. Okay. So Ingrid Linders. Hello, Ingrid. Can you hear us? Can you connect, Ingrid? I know you spoke earlier on before we were able to speak with.
Can you hear me?
Hello, Ingrid. Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I have a different headset. I'm on my PC now. That's finally updated. Janet, you're saying doing inspections. How do you go about it? I'm a totally new union rep, health and safety rep, just totally new. So I feel like a baby, like a virgin. Doing inspections, do you wait for a person to contact you with something, or how do you go about it?
No. So inspections is one of your rights under the Safety Reps and Safety Committee regulations.
Yeah.
You're allowed to do 4 inspections of the workplace a year. So you just notify the employer in writing that you're going to do it in a particular area. You notify your members that you're going to go and inspect. You pull together a checklist of questions if you're doing this on mental health issues.
Yeah.
Or or physical issues. There's lots of examples in the trade unions on what you could do it on, and you go around and you're entitled to talk to everybody. Not just your members. You're entitled to talk to everybody in that area about the concerns that they have, and then you pull together a report. And you talk with other colleagues, pull together a report, pull together some recommendations, take it to the safety committee meeting, or take it to management, whatever your route is for dealing with it. But you can also inspect on the back of an investigation. So if a case were concerned, if there's an incident happens, and thinking about it in terms of mental health, if an incident happens in terms of mental health, you could go and then look at and do an inspection on the back of it, collectivize that issue, because an investigation is about an individual, a reaction, but an inspection is a proactive approach to health and safety, and it's about raising those issues before people are hurt and harmed, and that gives us the opportunity to do it.
Thank you so much, Janet.
But do a course, do a TU Ed course. They're the best way to get.
I am in a TU Rep course. I'm not in
Lovely.
it today. I will get the notes from somebody in class.
Brilliant, because that's the best way to do it.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ingrid. And again, thank you, Janet. Much appreciated.
Pleasure.
So we move on then to welcome Simon Carmichael. Simon is formerly of the Communication Workers Union and is currently a counselling manager in a Northern Ireland-based charity. Simon has just stepped down from being a rep within the Communications Workers Union. That's the Northern Ireland Telecoms branch. Myself, and I can see some of the other attendees today, first met Simon on several picket lines, Simon, if I recollect, a few years ago. So Simon became a union rep shortly after beginning their training as a mental health counsellor and worked as rep and branch officer alongside being a student, volunteer and staff counsellor. These dual roles involve supporting workers and people in general through a global pandemic and industrial action, both in the workplace and the therapy room, seeing both what people bring into therapy as well as how mental illness manifests in and is exacerbated by the workplace. Simon has a keen focus on equality and diversity issues and how identity, work and mental health are inextricably linked. So Simon will be speaking to us today on the cause and symptom of mental illness. So over to you, Simon.
Thank you very much for that, Paul. Hello, everyone. I'm obviously speaking in a bit of a strange capacity today, as when I was first asked to speak, I was still an active rep and officer in CW NITB, whereas now I'm the counselling manager of the Rainbow Project, Northern Ireland's largest LGBT charity, and look after its mental health services. So things are a little bit different than they were maybe a month or two ago, but broad strokes, I'm kind of speaking more as an individual at this point, with the sort of benefit of my experience of being very much in workplace industrial issues alongside mental health services themselves directly. I'm not going to use a slideshow presentation like I would do if I was delivering training or the likes of that. That doesn't really feel appropriate. As Paul said, I stepped up to become a rep just as I started my training in counselling back in 2019. Obviously picked an excellent time to want to train in mental health and workplace issues just before a global pandemic. Had a bit of a steep learning curve, as it were. But we ended up having to adapt to changing spheres of work, both in terms of practical mental health and then also the therapeutic element quite directly. Whenever I told people that I was a trade union officer and a mental health counsellor, people almost always would say, being a counsellor sounds awfully hard. And I would snarkily laugh almost every time, because being a counsellor felt like the easier role, which maybe doesn't sound like the case if you're not trained, but being trained to do both roles, I would always say that being a union rep was the harder of the two. It felt like being, if I was to compare being a union rep and a counsellor to medical professions, it would be like comparing a doctor to a battlefield medic. Being a doctor in a hospital is probably a more technically difficult job, but I would rather do that than be trying to save people's lives in a trench. People that come into counselling know that they need help and often already have an idea of what their issues are. Whereas whenever you encounter people in the workplace that are experiencing mental illness, whether it be caused by the workplace or something that's being brought in from the outside, some people don't even realize that there is a problem, or that if there is a problem, it's maybe a problem that has a solution, or indeed they may think the problem is with the workplace, where that's not necessarily the case. So to that element, people coming for help in the counselling room tend to be a little bit more polished and a bit more concise than someone coming into the union office, not really 100% sure of what the issue is. So I promised I wouldn't go into a whole lot of stats, but I think it's kind of helpful just to sort of start off with what we all know to be true around the crisis of mental health in the UK and Ireland in general, but how Northern Ireland is consistently poorer than the other parts of these islands. The Public Health Agency released the strategic framework in 2022 with some stats and the overall aims for dealing with the mental health crisis at that time. And one of the simplest but most damning stats was that 1 in 5 adults living in Northern Ireland report having a mental illness. And I say report having a mental illness specifically because, like many things, these will get underreported. But if we're looking at people who profess and have been diagnosed with a mental illness in Northern Ireland by the NHS, be through GPs or hospitals, etc., we don't really take into consideration the prevalence of men massively underreporting their mental health issues and not seeking support. If you look at things like suicide, homelessness, and addiction, the vast majority of sufferers in those instances are men. Suicidality, men are 3 times as likely to complete suicide as women are. So we either have to assume that there are significant numbers of people out there that are underreporting. Otherwise, we're left assuming that there's no ramp up or there's no cause behind mental illness driving these issues, which is nonsense. But it means that we know at least 1 in 5 adults are living with mental illness at any given time. If you compare our statistics to the rest of Ireland and the rest of the UK, they are consistently poor. And there are some very obvious historical explanations for that. The Troubles being the most obvious one that people of a certain age will remember growing up through a civil war. And everything that came along with that, whether it affected you directly through witnessing or experiencing extreme acts of violence or terrorism, or the general background of sectarianism pervading over the province. People born afterwards can still feel the ramifications of that through being raised by people who are traumatized by the Troubles, whether it be through direct family members who've maybe lived through things, or the general background and climate and the economic stance of Northern Ireland as a result of all of that. So there are some very practical explanations as to why things here are worse than the rest of the UK and Ireland, even though the explanations maybe shift slightly over time. So I think a very important thing to understand from my experience of having worked in the workplace and also in the therapy room is that work-related stress is not necessarily the same thing as other mood disorders, things like anxiety and depression, but they can look the same or even identical. But knowing the difference and knowing where people's issues come from is absolutely critical to making sure that people are getting the right help for the right problem. So just to define the differences a little, work-related stress, we're talking about the idea that the demands of a workplace are impacting someone's mental health. specifically if the demands of the job, whether it be the output required, whether it be the conditions someone is working under, whether it be the level of surveillance that someone is under, or the lack of flexibility around other elements of a person's life. If these demands exceed what a person can reasonably cope with, that will take the sort of typical level of stress that work would come with to a level of distress, a level of stress that's actively painful or uncomfortable. It might seem strange to say, but stress is somewhat necessary. People that don't have stress at all will often end up bored and listless and feel unfulfilled. And stress can even be good. Like if you have a job that's difficult and challenging, but you're given adequate resources to do it, that can lead to a positive kind of stress called eustress, distress as to eustress. And that's the big difference between burnout versus work-related stress. Someone that enjoys their job and finds it fulfilling, even if it's difficult, is far more likely to experience burnout than a total collapse and overwhelm and develop subsequent mental health issues as a result of that. Not that that's necessarily better in the short term, but certainly in the long term, it's a preferable situation. In a very flat way, eustress would be where your demands and your resources are matched. But if management just keep increasing the demands and don't provide more resources, you will inevitably end up in a position of distress, and work-related stress will lead to further mental health symptoms. The pandemic, I think, was an excellent example of different kinds of mental health issues resulting from those demands, where some people working especially in the public sector and the health sector saw the demands placed upon them at an astronomical level, working under conditions and to volumes that was unthinkable before. Meanwhile, other people were stuck at home with nothing to do all day and would often develop different mental health issues because of a total lack of engagement. Whenever management view output as the priority and treat workers as a resource, not viewing them as people first and foremost, it will inevitably lead to a situation of work-related stress. Bad management can often look at human beings as just this never-ending font of resources, and whenever someone does begin to buckle under the pressure, they are seen as replaceable as a light bulb that is blown. And as was pointed out in, I think, believe it was Celine's presentation at the beginning, because of the sheer amount of work-related stress, depression, and anxiety leading to absenteeism, it's not even a linear approach to what it's trying to do. It's actually causing the problem that it's claiming to prevent, because if you're losing more time to sickness than you're saving by forcing work, it's not a straightforward or a rational plan. It seems like it in the short term, but it just isn't long term, never mind the human or moral element of it. There's an argument there, though, that if you can find management that are aware of this or understand this or demonstrate this to management, that does leave an opportunity where reps can find that coming in and providing further support around mental health can actually make management quite willing to engage with us or work with us. And certainly that was my experience coming in as a rep that also had training in mental health, that there was a degree of trust shown there and a degree of understanding, and that positive outcomes for workers were positive outcomes for the business. And as such, I certainly felt my experience was listened to in a way that it might not have been if I hadn't had that confidence and had that experience. I think it's important, again, to make the distinction between someone who is developing mental issues because of the workplace as opposed to someone who may be bringing existing mental issues into the workplace. The symptoms can look quite similar, but the solutions can be very, very different. Whenever we're thinking about mood disorders, we would generally be talking about depression and anxiety. People often think of depression as being sad, or anxiety as being worried. Worry can be a healthy emotion. Anxiety isn't really a healthy emotion. It's whenever that emotion becomes dysfunctional or dysregulated in some way and your brain doesn't necessarily respond as it would do. People should be worried about some things. Some things should make people sad. But when moods become disordered, it can become very difficult to engage with the world rationally, and people can sometimes find themselves going on, it's referred to in the last speaker as a spiral, that they start to struggle with making decisions, they start to struggle with looking after themselves, and that in turn creates more material problems that begins to feed their mood disorders. Whenever it comes to treating mood disorders, a lot of people don't even necessarily realize that they can be treated. A big thing I've encountered in the workplace was finding people that had been living with mood disorders for years and years and years, and just saying, oh, well, my mum had anxiety, so I have anxiety too, almost as if they'd accepted it as a fact of life rather than a mood disorder with a solution and a treatment. The treatments available through the NHS would obviously be medication and therapy. I'm fairly pro-medication as a therapist. I think it's a very powerful tool. Since SSRIs, which are the main family of antidepressants, were discovered, the amount of people globally that had to be institutionalized as a result of mental health issues was cut to a sixth of what it was before. Very, very powerful medications, but their purpose is to help people live with the symptoms and manage the symptoms of mood disorders. They do not cure them in their own right, and therapy is ultimately the most effective treatment. A lot of people, I think, have this misunderstanding that mood disorders are just something about their brain that is wrong and misfiring, and they just need to throw enough medication at it and it will become fixed or cured in some way or stable. Whereas the purpose of medication is to treat the symptoms in the brain, not treat the cause. Mood disorders are ultimately learned. People often don't like talking about them openly in the workplace. People often feel very reluctant to engage with them and talk about them with management. People often don't disclose them whenever they come into the business. And often the first time that people find out that something's wrong is whenever workers end up having to submit a sick line because they've gone off on sick. Sometimes someone may not even necessarily realize they're living with a mental health issue and possibly attribute it to work, but actually it can be the reverse, where people can be struggling with work because they're trying to cope with a mental health issue and not getting support for it. I think it's sometimes very clear for reps that whenever you're finding a lot of people are developing mental health issues in a very small team or a very small workplace, and there's obvious factors that are contributing to it, it's not realistically possible to expect them to cope. It can be very obvious that work is the cause. Whereas if you're finding that an individual is struggling to function and everyone around them seems to be doing okay, that can often be a sign that there maybe needs to be a more in-depth conversation with that particular member. Broader conversations are about how things are outside of work, or why do they think they're having such difficulty in work at the moment. A real frustration around non-disclosure isn't just that people aren't getting the support from like a DDA perspective, people aren't having their cases considered or heard fairly. They also aren't necessarily taking advantage of whatever services exist within the business. So reasonable adjustments and things like that, people may not even know that they're entitled to them. They may not have an idea of what can help make the job more manageable. They may not realize that there are employee assistant programs, for example. If they're on a waiting list through the NHS, they may think, oh, it's going to be 6 months before I get any kind of help from a counselor or a psychologist. But a lot of larger companies will have employee assistance programs that hires external counselors. They're usually independent private practitioners. And because of service level agreements, they will pay people to see a private therapist incredibly quickly compared to the waiting lists outside. But even if people know that employee assistance programs exist, there's often a sense of distrust around them because they're seen as coming from the business. And I find as a rep, it's quite easy to explain the purpose of an employee assistance program as well as its limitations, whereas management often tout it as a tick box exercise, whereas it's a lot more, it's often taken a lot more, it's often perceived as having a bit more good faith behind it whenever a rep brings forth the suggestion of, well, actually, do you maybe feel that talking to someone from employee assistance would be helpful, as well as possibly considering that they need to speak to their GP. In addition, mood disorders can compound with work-related stress because someone's mood disorder may make what would be a reasonable workload for someone without those issues. It may make it at a level where it's actually not sustainable given the person's particular difficulties or issues. And again, not knowing that can make it look like to management that this person is simply not doing their job. And if they don't know that they're living with a mental health issue, that might be their experience of it. They may think that they are just not good at what they do or not realize that they need help. And if they don't be candid about that and don't open up and ask for that help with management that may then begin to performance manage an issue that actually isn't a performance issue in the first place. But at that point, it can very quickly begin to exacerbate that downward spiral because the increased surveillance and pressure on that person to perform is now worse than it was when they were already struggling. And again, they may have distrust over management, especially for anxiety sufferers. They may not want to have that conversation. They may not see the benefit of having that conversation. And again, reps can be very powerful forces for turning that spiral in the other direction by making people know what their rights are and what support is there, but also being candid and honest. Sometimes it's very powerful to go in and say, yes, your manager should have done this or should have done that. but there's also a bigger problem here. And helping people get the right kind of help for the right element of the problem is very powerful, because just as you can't performance manage someone out of a mental health issue, no amount of therapy is going to fix a faulty workplace. It's not possible. Neurodiversity is something that I think can't be ignored either. And I feel the need to make it clear that neurodiversity is not a mental health issue in and of itself, but a lot of neurodiverse people can be or are disabled because of some of the traits that come from their neurodiversity, and as such can be more prone to mental illness, especially if they don't have their needs met. I think older people, which at my age could mean anything, I suppose, but I think some people may look at the prevalence of neurodiversity and the amount of people identifying as having neurodivergent conditions now and think, oh, this seems like a fairly new phenomenon. 20 years ago, you wouldn't have seen adults with ADHD, or you wouldn't have seen as many people with autism. And we didn't seem to need issues like adjustments in the workplace. People seem to just get on with things. But I think there's a few factors that can be quite helpful for sort of understanding why this particular area is important from a mental health perspective now, more so than it's ever been. Firstly, if you look at the diagnosis rates of autism and ADHD in children versus adults, in children, it's disproportionately boys that are being diagnosed, whereas if you look at adults, it tends to be a better balance of men and women. This is largely because the sort of traits that defined autism and ADHD were tended to be focused around men and boys specifically because of biases in psychiatry and psychology over the 20th century. Women's issues tend to be seen as a very insular or niche thing, like they don't make up half, if not more than half of the population of humans. As a result, the traits that are more obvious in boys would often be the ones that people would look for if they even were looking for traits in girls at all. As a result, we're seeing an increasing trend of people being diagnosed in adults that were missed in childhood. Part of that diagnostic criteria is that people have to have a history of mental health issues in their adulthood after not being diagnosed as a child. And that can often manifest through difficulties or struggles in workplaces and in education. If someone has learning difficulties as an element of either ADHD or autism, they may find themselves constantly underperforming compared to what they think they should be or compared to their peers. And that inevitably leads to a sense of hopelessness and a lack of self-esteem, which in turn can start to give someone a sense of anxiety or depression, a fear of not being able to get over it, or no sense of motivating yourself if you don't think that you're able to succeed. Whenever you're supporting people with neurodiversity, it can be very easy to suggest reasonable adjustments from the perspective of what's reasonable because of the prevalence of cases that reps will see. You may have seen what has been beneficial for other people. But if someone isn't willing to speak up, if they have a diagnosis, if they're on a waiting list for a diagnosis, and that element of it can't be ignored. The waiting lists for both autism and ADHD in Northern Ireland are over 5 years at this point. People still have to work in the interim and may still benefit from reasonable adjustments, and you don't need a diagnosis to ask for those reasonable adjustments. But without those, an awful lot of people are struggling more than they need to, and as a result, may be more prone to work-related stress, as well as developing both anxiety and depression. I feel that the single most important thing that a rep can do with both neurodiversity and with mood disorders is get people to tell the employer, because if the employer doesn't reasonably know, that duty of care is absolved. But not only is that duty of care enforceable, there are good people in management. I know that's taboo to say, but my experience has been that there are some managers with lived experience of either neurodiversity or their own lived experience of mental health issues. And those people can sometimes be incredibly powerful turning points. But no one will ever have the chance to find out if they don't have the confidence to speak up. And if their managers are unsympathetic or are bad, then that's the responsibility of reps to come in and ensure that that duty is met, whether people want to or not. A bigger picture element that sort of combines the role of counselling with my experience as a union rep goes to what we would call an existential issue, and it's around hope. a big thing that people that are struggling with mental health issues in general report, be it anxiety or depression, is ultimately despair, apathy, an overwhelming sense of hopelessness. And if we are thinking about younger people, especially if you think about people that are maybe in their like 40s or 30s at the moment, it's often talked about that millennials became the first generation in Western nations to be financially worse off than their parents. Which is not globally true, but as a general trend tends to be true. The cost of living, the cost of houses, and the cost of rent are so much higher proportionate to salaries than they were years ago. Terms and job security is also getting worse rather than better. And having never worked in a unionized workplace before my time at the CWU, being in a unionized workplace felt like an absolute paradise compared to non-unionized workplaces where there's no recognition. But at the same time, there has been this death of 1,000 cuts to terms, meaning that people starting whenever I left came in on 8 years of attacks on terms that were better then. There is overall a sense amongst a lot of young people that the world is getting worse and it's never going to get better. And if someone has a mood disorder, they're in some ways right to not have hope because it doesn't look like things are getting better. And that's very difficult as a union to try and organize people around on if that's not tackled directly. Younger people are very prone to being politically apathetic and not voting. They often can be harder to engage or organize because they often don't have an experience of seeing victories against employers, which means it's so important that before other more malicious parties get to them and give them an explanation of why things are struggling. And I'm thinking specifically on the far right, it's important that reps make sure that people understand that not only there are things they can do to improve their situation within the workplace, but also to show that larger political engagement that by participating in trade union organization, as well as engaging politically and voting, that you can do something about it. Because if people believe that they're helpless, it becomes true. Whereas if people believe that there are things they can do or actions they can take, whether that be standing up within work as an individual, standing up collectively with their co-workers, or standing up as part of a political movement, when they see value in that, they will take steps forward. And it's not an easy sell whenever young people have seen things get worse so consistently for such a long time. Especially the last maybe sort of 10, 15 years or so, there's been an awful lot of losses, but it's not been a completely one-sided loss. And I think especially the amount of industrial action we've seen among so many unions over the last few years, there have been significant and quite surprising victories achieved. But it's important that that momentum isn't lost, because if younger people continue to come into counselling with issues of hopelessness or come into workplaces with total apathy, there's not going to be anybody to keep that momentum going or build it back up again. There is the individual need for helping people one-on-one, but it's important to recognize that that also does fall within a role, a larger role within the trade union movement, a larger role to organize working people to stand up for themselves, not just as individuals, but as collectives. Thank you.
Sorry, Simon, there I was fiddling with my keyboard. Simon, absolutely a standing talk. For someone who is neurodivergent, ADHD, you had me absolutely focused here, okay, during your talk. Simon, just a wee question. You've covered a lot of areas there. It's been a very holistic approach, which is really appreciated. You've mentioned angles there about obviously neurodiversity, the fact that there are, correct me if I'm wrong, perhaps fewer males coming forward, okay, to express their concerns, to express their inability to cope, that they're not coping. Most of, I say 2/3 of the members that I deal with in stress-related scenarios, which again, stress-related scenarios are the biggest proportion of the work that I do as a rep. But 2/3 of those cases are female, okay? Now, I mistakenly was putting this down, or maybe I wasn't reading the full picture. Obviously, a lot of these issues revolve around their issues of disability, neurodivergence as well, okay? And that is something that's coming to the fore. And also caring, okay? The lack of empathy, the lack of support that is in the workplace for carers generally, again, that is affecting more women in the workplace. So I was latching onto those factors, but when you've mentioned then that there are fewer men come forward, the penny dropped, okay, that perhaps there is a huge or a significant proportion of our members who are suffering in silence or not coping in silence. Is there a way, Simon, that reps could then reach out collectively? Okay, I don't mean to individuals, but to actually encourage and highlight those issues with males in the workplace who are not willing to or cannot come forward to speak up?
I'd like to sort of start with an anecdote that my own therapist once told me, where she observed that the vast majority of her private clients were women, whereas the vast majority of employee assistance clients that she received were men, which in some ways, like from her perspective, that was meant to sort of be an idea that women are much more proactive at reaching out to get help and support. But I think also sort of shows that for a lot of men, it's only whenever they start to struggle practically and often in work, that's kind of the breaking point at which they'll admit that something's wrong. The common attitude that I've sort of encountered with men in particular, women have been absolutely capable, but it seems to be a lot more prevalent in men, is the idea of like, I don't want to bring it into work. You know, this is a personal issue. This is something that shouldn't affect my work. But just as someone in a wheelchair couldn't get up and walk at the front door of their work, someone living with a mental health condition couldn't just cast it off. But people will try. There may be purposeful denial. There may be a total lack of awareness. Men in general tend to have less intimate or psychologically intimate friendships as a whole, and as a result may not end up having those conversations about how they're doing and feel this need to just tough up and keep going. And it's something that's a little bit difficult to kind of do in a particular gendered way. Because the needs of men and women can be quite different. You know, with women, it can be a lack of insight or compassion around issues that disproportionately or specifically affect women. You know, things around a lack of understanding for like the menopause, for period poverty, and then obviously the disproportionate role of caring while working versus being disproportionate part-time workers, etc. Whereas with men, the issue is very, very difficult to tackle head on, other than making conversations explicit. I think that's kind of the sort of the most effective stance I find, that by making conversations explicit rather than euphemistic, you can often start people having those conversations, whether it be in little teams, in group settings, or one-on-one conversations. When workplaces talk about mental health, they tend to talk about mental health, not mental illness, not what mental ill health looks like. And part of that might be wanting to avoid taking a more direct accountability for where they may be doing it wrong, but good workplaces will want to deal with that. Sometimes it might just be that kind of toxic positivity where saying mental health sounds more positive than saying mental illness or talking about anxiety or depression or suicide. Things like posters in men's bathrooms around mental health with phone numbers can sometimes be a very good way of making it clear that this message is addressed at these people. But also I think it's important that men don't feel blamed for struggling, which can often be a common factor, that whenever people aren't talking about their issues, men can sometimes feel that like they uniquely are struggling, when actually there may be quite a few of their friends that are in similar positions. And as workplace reps, whenever it comes to workplace issues causing those struggles, obviously we're very well placed to deal with those issues head on. But I think when it comes to the more individual issues about things maybe from outside of work creeping in or not being managed within work well, I think just being willing to have that difficult conversation and make it clear that it's okay to talk about these kind of things. There's no shame in it. There's no weakness in it. And make it as normal as possible, because I think that's the thing. Whenever someone is struggling with a mood disorder or they're neurodivergent or suspect they are but don't know, like you feel on your own. you know, everyone feels like it's such a me problem, and anxiety and depression really reinforce that. You know, even if you logically know this isn't a unique problem to you, the whole point of mood disorders is it still can feel like it is. So I think being as comfortable with other people's discomfort, and especially maybe talking to men in a way you wouldn't normally do, ask about their feelings, ask about how they're coping, and show that that is important and it matters. And again, normalizing it, and I think empathizing as well. You know, self-disclosure is sometimes a very powerful technique that, you know, revealing that, like, I've struggled with mood disorders, or I'm neurodivergent myself, can often kind of give that example that actually, yes, it's okay and it's safe to talk about this, and there's something that we can do with that. I think that would kind of be the big thing. The other thing I would maybe say is, if you're ever doing recruitment for new members, making that invitation clear from the get-go the first time that you have a captive audience, getting them to talk about those things right from day one and from step one. I would always, whenever doing recruitment classes, would tell people that if you haven't already disclosed a mental illness or neurodiversity to the business, please do so now. And if you're not sure how to have that conversation, come talk to your union. Let us help you proactively, rather than trying to mop up the pieces after you've been on long-term sick, or, you know, misconduct has happened, or you're being performance managed whenever you need help. Making it clear that proactively dealing with those things is not just helpful for the person and the individual, but also a lot of the time it looks better to good managers. You know, if managers recognize someone is struggling, but they're trying to do something about it, there'll often will be a greater degree of tolerance and understanding shown. Whereas if they obviously don't disclose what's going on, they can just be performance managed out of the business, which is the last thing anyone wants.
Yes, yes, you can definitely see that one, Simon. What you're saying there is, I think that goes really very well hand in hand with management creating an enabling environment for what you've been stating there today. So again, we're looking at the individuals there, how we can reach out to the individuals themselves, making those changes within the organization to make managers aware of all the factors we've been talking about, from obviously the pressures on carers we've been talking about earlier on, the fact that men sometimes feel isolated, they feel inhibited about speaking up. There is obviously I suppose there's, for want of a better word, as you say, it's the machismo, I'm thinking of a better word, of not putting up that face to say, look, this is not affecting me, it's a sign of weakness. And of course, the whole issue of neurodiversity in the workplace. So you've been very valuable talk, Simon, and that going hand in hand with creating that enabling environment in the workplace, and us then as reps approaching management, obviously with the resources that we need to do so from experts like yourselves who have been speaking there today, to create that environment where people can speak up and people then can be enabled in the workplace insofar as we can, rather than what we're seeing now is the workplace disabling folk. Simon, it's been absolutely wonderful talk, and I can see there's lots of hands up here. Okay, I think Enda, you were the first person to have your hand up. Enda McAtamney. There's a wee bit of a delay now between the person being coming online.
Can you hear me?
Can now, yeah.
Thanks. I'll try and be as quick as I can, because I think we're supposed to be read up by 3 o'clock. But anyway, first one, about a couple of points. And the first one, I suppose, is more a point that I've experienced as a mental health first aider in the workplace. And it's when people do approach you. I mean, obviously, your role really is to listen and to point people in the right direction. And sometimes, I suppose, you touched on age there. Like, I've been a NIPSA member for almost 40 years, you know, and with that experience, at times I find it very difficult to listen and not talk, you know, rather than try to talk and sort of share your experience and try to help. And it's just to sort of make that point that, you know, I suppose as a mental health first aider, it's probably dangerous ground to get into. The other point I made, and it was very interesting, that you raised it, because as health and safety reps, a lot of us will be involved in reasonable adjustments and DDA cases and all those sorts of things. And interestingly, I was at the menopause seminar last week, and World Menopause Day. I was probably the only male there, but it was interesting insofar as I think people associate reasonable adjustments with defined, documented illnesses, and under the auspices of DDA. And it was like, I mean, I discovered recently, like, I have high blood pressure and I've had it for years and years and years, and that can be defined under DDA, and you can get reasonable adjustments for it. But we talked at the seminar about reasonable adjustments for things like the menopause that people potentially have been diagnosed with, or suffering the difficulties that are associated with it. But it was very interesting that you said that if you go for, say, a diagnosis for something like ADHD, it's going to take you potentially up to 5 years. But in the interim, you can seek reasonable adjustments. And that's just something that I think, you would never put the two together. You think, right, somebody has to actually have something written down here, and from their doctor, from their medical practitioner, to say he has or she has or they have whatever, and this is why we would like a reasonable adjustment for that. But in effect, what you're saying and what I'm learning, and it's just what I wanted to share, was it's becoming more and more evident that, if there's an issue, you go and ask for them and you fight for them. So that was very interesting. So thanks, Simon.
Thanks very much, Linda. I really want to praise mental health first aid specifically. Working as a counsellor especially, I actually think it's one of the better models of sort of short-term support for people whenever you're having to work with people that maybe are mentally ill, but you yourself are not a mental health professional. But the ALGE model, if anybody's done the mental health first aid, you'll know what that refers to. But it basically asks that there's 5 steps of intervening for someone in mental health crisis: assess risk, listen empathically and non-judgmentally, give reassurance, and then encourage professional and personal support. And when it comes to like giving reassurance, it can sometimes feel very difficult to get that balance right of to what degree is it helpful to share and normalize, and at what point do you then switch to more proactive steps. And I feel very unfair to make that judgment, because that's essentially the balance of a counsellor, of knowing when to intervene and when to flip directions and whatnot. But I think it's something that the more that you do it, it becomes quite intuitive. You'll kind of get a vibe for what feels more right or wrong in that circumstance. And about not necessarily having a diagnosis, something I would say as well is that when it comes to things like neurodiversity, some people don't feel that there's any point getting any kind of support until they have a diagnosis, whereas more so from my counsellor side of things, but just as mirroring with workplace reasonable adjustments, someone may have executive dysfunction but not have a diagnosis of ADHD, or somebody may have social anxiety but not have a diagnosis of autism. Counselors are not psychiatrists, we're not medical doctors, we can't make diagnoses, but if someone comes in with a symptom, we can still work within that symptom, provided it's something within our wheelhouse. So if someone is struggling with executive dysfunction, which is the defining trait of ADHD, it could be because of anxiety, it could be because of ADHD, but to us as the counsellor, we're able to work with that symptom. And it should be the same with workplace issues, that if someone is struggling with a particular symptom, DDA doesn't require they necessarily have a diagnosis to find the source of what that health issue is. If that health issue is evidenced, and they can show that they've gone to their doctor about this thing, you don't necessarily need to have a full diagnosis. Because if you think of some, sort of medical conditions and very visceral physical medical conditions, if you only had protection after you got the diagnosis, the inference that you need that diagnosis for protection would be that managers would try and get you out while you were waiting to be diagnosed. If you're like, oh, I'm being put forward, they're looking for like a cancer diagnosis. If you didn't have protection on that route, then they would be actually incentivized to get rid of you, which would mean the legislation would be pointless. So making people aware that you don't need to be fully diagnosed if you have symptoms that need support with. And again, getting that help while you're waiting to be diagnosed can be absolutely transformational, as compared to struggling until you eventually get that final letter of approval to say, yes, you have X, Y, or Z.
And loath to stifle such a compelling debate here is absolutely amazing. We were supposed to wrap up at 3 o'clock. It's now 3:20, and we have another speaker. Ingrid and Tara, if I call you in, could we be pretty concise? Are you okay with that? Because we have then our final speaker, Tanya Waterworth from MTB, in the sidelines here. So, Tanya, is that you up now, is it? Or if you put your hand down there, I'm not sure what's happened there. So, the hands have gone down, have they? Hello? Is there anyone else there who would wish to speak? Tanya, okay. Sorry, Tara, excuse me. Tara, we've got you there. Could you come online?
Hi, sorry, I'll just be very quick. You've discussed it quite a bit there, but it's just if you're in a workplace where it's institutionalized to have a macho attitude in relation to mental ill health, and even though they are putting in steps to improve people's mental health and access to help, how do you break that institutionalized effect? I don't know how to.
No,
It's just no. I just get laughed at all the time when I try to bring up, it's okay to talk.
I can imagine the difficulty, Tara, is that if you have a name like yours or a face like mine, sometimes men don't necessarily take it seriously. It's well enough people just saying like, "Oh, it's okay to talk about those things." But what I have found is that my branch has been fairly diverse in that, yes, it's still disproportionately men of a certain age, but we would be overrepresented compared to some other branches about how many women we had and how many young people we had. But actually leaning into those other men in our branch and getting them to do some of those initial conversations has been quite powerful. Before getting people in to maybe have conversations with other people that aren't like them. But I think that idea of getting, unfortunately, there's an element of it, something that men maybe need to do collectively for themselves. But if you can start to find people that are willing to engage and be open and candid, if they are willing to do that for their co-workers and their colleagues, it can start to become a little bit of a network, if you can find someone that is that little bit more open or a little bit more candid or receptive, as frustrating as certainly I find it, getting them to kind of go in and maybe have those conversations about like, actually, it's okay. Do you want to talk to someone? Do you want to talk to this person, that person? And then use that as a kind of a way in, as it were, a little bit like a puppet. Mean it quite maliciously, but yeah, there's an element that it kind of needs to be co-cultural, but at the same time, sometimes it will just be catching them when they fall. If you're in a position where someone is facing disciplinary action, whether it be through absence, whether it be through misconduct, they'll often be at a point where there's kind of no other alternative. But if you can claw people back from that situation and help turn things around, that person can be a pretty powerful advocate as well. So not saying that's the main reason why we should help people, but at the same time, you can make converts out of people that actually talking about it and getting help makes them more likely to go out and do that for others.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Tara, Simon, much appreciated. We really have to move on now. I really regret to say that we will need to move on to the next speaker. Could I ask anyone who's had a question to write it down, okay? And then Simon, if you don't mind, I can send you the question and then we'll provide your response. I do regret, Simon, you're a victim of your own success here, okay? But I do regret having to move on. So colleagues, if you could submit a question for Simon, we'll send it on to Simon and then we'll provide you with feedback. That's everyone with feedback. Obviously, if you want it anonymous, we can do it that way as well. So Simon, thank you so much for such an enlightening talk and engagement.
Thank you, everyone.
All the best then. Bye-bye. So I would like to introduce Tanya Waterworth of MTB Solicitors. Tanya is our final speaker of the day, our final panelist of the day. Tanya graduated from the University of Ulster, Ulster University in 2000 with an honours degree in law and government. She joined McCartan, Turkington and Breen, that's NIPSA Solicitors, in 2014 and was made a partner in 2022. Tanya specialises in personal injury litigation and is an accredited senior litigator with the Association of Personal Injury Lawyers. She's also been ranked in the Chambers and Partners Guide. Tanya represents plaintiffs in all respect of personal injury litigation in both the High Court and County Court. So Tanya, excuse me, will speak to us today on the case for psychiatric injury. Tanya, you're silenced. Hello. I think your mic has been silenced.
Mute now.
Fine, hear you now. Okay.
Hear me now?
Yep.
Thank you. I've been asked to speak a little bit on the law surrounding stress at work cases. I take these cases in civil courts, not the employment tribunals. So the courts have set quite a high threshold for work-related stress cases. The ordinary principles of employer's liability do still apply. You still need to show that your employer's been negligent or breach of a statutory duty, such as was formerly mentioned, the management of health and safety at work regulations. And the liability for occupational distress has been defined by the Health and Safety Executive B, demands in excess of an individual's ability to cope. Principles applicable to cases for personal injury as a result of stress at work. The leading case is still Hatton versus Sutherland. And the main element of pursuing any personal injury case for stress at work is what was reasonably foreseeable. Foreseeability, again, depends on what the employer knew or ought to have known about the individual employee. Because of the nature of mental disorder, it's harder to foresee than physical injury. If somebody comes in a plaster cast, you can see they've broken their arm, they've broken their leg. It's harder to see psychiatric injury. And the law says that as an employer is usually entitled to assume that the employee can withstand the normal pressures of his or her job unless they know of some particular problem or vulnerability. For example, they might have pre-existing, they might have had stress at work before, so the employer would know that they've experienced that before, so they do have a particular vulnerability. So the factors that have been held to be relevant in answering the threshold question include the nature and the extent of the work done by the employee. Was it much more onerous than other colleagues were having to engage in? So to trigger a duty, take the steps arising from stress at work, they have to have been plain enough for any reasonable employer to realise they should do something about it. It's only once the employer is aware that there's an issue and they fail to take steps that they might be negligent. Again, the size and scope of the operation is going to be relevant as well. There's 5 people in the company, it won't have the same scope for the likes of the larger employees would have more facilities available for employees. So the law can be summarised by what you need to prove is, did the plaintiff suffer from a psychiatric condition as a result of stress from work, and was that kind of harm? The psychiatric injury, it consists of 2 components. It has to be an injury to health over and above occupational stress, because everybody will experience some stress at some point in their working life. So it has to be attributable to stress at work as opposed to other factors. And then once that has been established, has the employer breached its duty to take steps which are reasonable in the circumstances to avoid that injury, for example, reasonable adjustments and things like that. So the threshold question and foreseeability are the main issues in any psychiatric stress at work case. And that is where most of them will fall down, and that there's no foreseeability. For example, if somebody makes a complaint one day that they're stressed or they're not coping but goes off sick the next day, there's nothing their employer could have done to try and remedy the situation, and that is where most of the stress at work cases will fall down on the foreseeability element. And So that's where a large majority of the cases that I don't accept would fall down in those issues. So that's just a very brief rundown, because I know you're very, very tight for time. We've run significantly over, so it's just a very brief rundown of what is the elements in a personal injury case.
I apologise, Tanya. I'm the chair, so I take full responsibility for
That's
that.
not at all.
But I didn't want to stifle debate, so I'll put my hand up.
No problem.
Tanya, just in relation to a question that was asked earlier on, Tina Creaney, this is your question. Stress at work as an incident. Can advice be provided regarding recording of work-related stress in the accident book? And is that being ignored, or can that, well, not can, if it is ignored by management, then obviously we're looking at, and you're the legal expert, what constitutes a psychiatric injury to report then to the employer?
Well, what comes when I'm getting, if I'm taking a case for psychiatric injury, it's really, we would send people to see a consultant psychiatrist, because we're lawyers, not doctors. So that we send people to a psychiatrist. They take a detailed history. They look at the notes and the records. They decide whether there's been a vulnerability and so forth, and they decide on the diagnosis. So they would decide if it's an adjustment disorder, or ranging up to post-traumatic stress disorder and things like that, or anxiety and things. There's a whole various range of disorders. So in relation to the accident book, don't think I've had it put in an accident book. When we're taking cases, it's normally in emails to managers or supervisors or things like that. I don't think I've come across it in an accident book per se. It's been in like monthly meetings or appraisals or things like that, or all things where it's been raised. I haven't specifically come across it in an accident report form.
The way some work areas do, including my work area, if a person is receiving on the person's note from their GP, if they're stating anxiety or depression, then we would say, well, look, we're not legal, we're not there to state that such a condition is a psychiatric injury, but it may fulfill the definition of a psychiatric injury, whereas stress wasn't. So in that case, then we would state to the member, well, complete the accident book. We call it the incident book in that case. If it's a matter of work-related stress and it doesn't go beyond that to what I suppose is defined as a psychiatric injury, then that the person's, whether it's defined, whether it is a psychiatric injury, in inverted commas, or if it's stress, then we then recommend and advise the member to then record that, as you said, to management, and that would trigger, we would expect it would trigger the stress risk assessment, the mental well-being at work, workplace risk assessment and management plan. So I think that's, between the two of us, is trying to address
every business is different and every organization will be different, so it'll be they'll all have different reporting structures, and so if the only structure is an accident report form, then yes, absolutely. But if there's other mechanisms, then as long as it's recorded somewhere. You need a paper trail. I need a paper trail.
Obviously, that's on two levels. One, to seek intervention in the workplace, to report it, to identify it, and then seek intervention through a management plan. Also to record, well, this has happened, now we have foreseeability. If this, so you happy enough with that, Tanya, that approach between the two of us?
Yes, absolutely.
Tina, then, are you okay with that response? Takes a little while for it to come through, so okay. I'd take a little while for that to come through. Well, look, Tanya, I'll move on because I have another Tanya waiting in the wings here to close the conference. Really appreciate your input today, and certainly, as we always say, the F word, foreseeability, is a big one.
Absolutely.
Okay. So, thank you for stressing that. Pardon the pun on that one.
Thank you.
Okay. All the best then. Take care. Okay. We're way over time here, so can I call on Catherine then to announce the result of the Health and Safety Committee ballot?
The following people, can everybody hear me? Yeah.
Yep, loud and clear,
Following
yep.
people have been elected to the 6 remaining seats: Denise Crilley, Brendan Callan, Elizabeth Cunningham, Marty McKee, Jared McLaughlin, and Tony Rice. That is everybody duly elected now to the Health and Safety Committee, and I congratulate everybody going forward to the 2024-2025 Health and Safety Committee.
Much appreciated, Catherine, and congratulations to those who have been elected. I'm looking forward to serving with you on the Safety Committee when we next meet and for the coming year. So at this point, could I call on Tanya Killen, NIPSA President, to close conference?
Hiya, Paul. For some reason, I can't see my camera here. Let's see.
Oh.
Join as panelist. Bear with me.
So, little button on the bottom there of video. Is that enabled?
So, can you hear me, Paul? Okay, yeah.
Hear you perfectly.
Some reason why my camera's not. Oh, here it is. Maybe. Sorry. Apologies. Start me. There we go. Sorry.
I hear you now. Okay. Lovely backdrop there, Tanya.
Listen, folks, thank you very much just for giving me the opportunity just to offer a few closing remarks, and I will keep them very brief because I do appreciate now that you are over time. But I do appreciate the opportunity to give a few remarks just to what I think we can all agree was a very successful conference. I don't think that we can appreciate just how much work and effort actually goes into the preparation and the organisation of a conference to make it so successful. I therefore would applaud all of those who have played a role in organising this event. Like my sister Maria, I'm not going to mention any names for the fear of forgetting somebody, but I think it's important just to mention the Health and Safety Committee, our headquarter officials and staff, and the IT company who all, contributed to making it such a success. I would also like to thank, obviously, our esteemed panel members and guests for all their contributions, which did make it an extremely productive conference. I personally found it very thought-provoking and very insightful, and I'm sure those colleagues that asked some questions and had them, so robustly answered, appreciated just their feedback. I think it's fair to say that one of the most important roles a trade unionist can play is to ensure the welfare, the health and safety of our members. No matter where you work, it is important, and everybody has the right to be in a safe environment. So as health and safety reps, you all have an important role to play in driving high standards of health and safety in the workplaces, not only for our members, but for the benefit of all, and I think that does have to be said. And I would like to recognise, those that are on our Health and Safety Committee, and particularly to all the health and safety reps in our workplaces, on the work they do on behalf of our members, but, importantly, the work they do on behalf of NIPSA, because that is a very critical role in terms of the promotion of NIPSA as well. And just to thank everybody that was part of today's conference and for making it, such a success, bringing together our collective experiences, of everybody here today, shows that the health and safety future of our union it's very bright. It's in safe hands. I think today we've been able to celebrate some of our achievements. We have made commitments to the work ahead of us, and it's been very clear, the resolution there, to translate the work, and the learning from today into policies and programs and actions that we will deliver, that will we'll deliver, and we'll deliver results, I suppose, equally, you know, and we know that there will be challenges ahead in terms of implementing some of the commitments that we have made. And, you know, again, people have been absolutely stalwart in terms of facing down employers, you know, where those challenges have been made. But I think what today, and I will finish on this, has demonstrated is that our health and safety reps are up for the challenge. They are committed to the path that we are on, and they are ready for going forth and taking forth the commitments that we made today. So again, I would thank everybody for their attendance at the conference today, and wish you all very well in the next and a final just congratulations to all those that have been duly elected. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you very much, Tanya. Well, I leave it to our president then to having closed conference. I wish to thank everyone today for their contributions. And again, for anyone who has been held back a little bit, I do apologize, but I was not going to stifle this very important debate today. And I can see some of the feedback here for the speakers, for the panel, has been so positive.
Yeah.
So thank you, everyone, and look forward to another year of working on the Safety Committee.
Well done. Take care, everybody. Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.